How are you?
Hello everyone, welcome and thank you for tuning in. This is the 7th in a series of 20 demonstrations, conversation, and sale of Native American pottery, brought to you by Andrea Fisher Fine Pottery, and I'm Andrea Fisher. I'll be your Gabby person for the next few hours. Anyway, we are here today in beautiful downtown Santa Fe, and it's trying times for all of us, I know, and as a result, the annual Indian Market has been canceled this year. Indian Market has been going on for almost 100 years. Either this year or next year will be their 100th anniversary since it all started. And it supports literally thousands of Native Americans from all over the country. They come from Alaska, they come from Florida, and they are well represented with the Southwest. After all, it's Southwestern Indian Art Association that puts on Indian Market. So the focus is on the cultures of the Southwest and all of the beautiful arts, crafts that they make. And for the Native Americans who participate, for most of them, it is a substantial part of their annual income. For some of them, it's their only annual income. And now, since it isn't happening, there are many people that are struggling. And what we've attempted to do is have a little market of our own here, but to add to your knowledge and your enjoyment, we've asked 30 potters to come and demonstrate for us. Sometimes there is just one potter here. Sometimes there's more than one potter. Today we have a husband and wife. Yesterday we had a mother and daughter, and tomorrow we have a mother and son, which is really a wonderful experience, because pottery making has always been a family affair, and it's never more evident than what you see today going on in the pueblos. And one of the reasons that we're doing it too is we want to make sure that the culture of pottery making stays alive, because for most people this is their income, this is what they do for a living. And if their venues, the shows that they go to, the stores, the shops, the museums that they sell to, if they're not available, then they might do something else, like be a greeter at Walmart or a teller at a bank. And we certainly can't let that talent and that tradition go away. Now, we are doing these demonstrations on Tuesday through Saturday. We start around 11 o'clock. Sometimes we're actually on time. Go figure. And they usually last till about 3 to 4 in the afternoon. And during that time, we will be demonstrating, or the potters will be demonstrating and selling their work. So anything that you purchase from us online certainly benefits the artists. Tomorrow, we will have Sandra Victorino and her son Cletus from Acoma Pueblo. And this is an example of their work. Beautiful, beautiful, hand-painted, traditionally made pieces of pottery, and you will get all the wonderful details about how all of this is done tomorrow when Sandra and Cletus Victorino show up. On Friday, we have the person who is our featured potter for this endeavor and we apologize ahead of time for technical problems, and don't be surprised if you see one of our gallery dogs go trotting through, or people walking around behind us, because this is more of a conversation and an informal conversation rather than being a lecture in any way. But our featured artist is Richard Zane Smith. And Richard is from the Wyandot tribe. The Wyandots live in the northeastern corner of Oklahoma. And yes, they do make some traditional pottery, but what Richard has done is taken it to an art form like you would not believe. This is just one of the small examples of his work. The bigger ones, it would be really hard for me to hold them up here. But if you notice, if you look very carefully at the pieces, every single one of those lines that you see is another coil. He rolls his coils as thin as angel hair pasta. It's absolutely frightening how he can take a ball of clay that is smaller than a ping pong ball and roll it into a coil that's about 4 feet long. Perfectly shaped, even all the way, no breaks in between. And then he stacks those coils. We will have a few pieces of his pottery for sale. Needless to say, he can't make very many over a year's time if he's making those coils so skinny, but some of them have hundreds of coils in them, all stacked on top of each other. He leaves the coils exposed, and so the coloration you see is our natural stains that he puts on the pot. So that'll be coming up on Friday. Now Richard's going to be a little different than everybody else. Richard is going to be doing a Zoom for us from Oklahoma because of the pandemic, and he has some health issues, and our governor wants everybody who comes from out of state to self-quarantine for 2 weeks. So for that 2 weeks, that wasn't feasible at all. And so Richard is going to be Zooming and demonstrating and singing and talking about his native language because he is responsible for being one of the people that is bringing the language up to date. Now, we have done 6 other of these presentations, and if you wish to see any of them, they are all on our, what's it called, the YouTube
channel.
A YouTube channel. So go to youtube.com and search for Andrea Fisher Fine Pottery, and you'll see the 6 videos that we have made in the last week. Now, Wilma will be selling her pieces here at the gallery, and we will, spend some time having her talk about her designs, and you'll be able to view all the pieces that are on display here. If you would like to see them in more detail, you can go to our website. You can click on artists and then go to the alphabet and look under T for Tosa, T-O-S-A, and all the T words will come up, and look for Wilma, and all of her pieces will be listed there, and they will start in descending order of price. So the most expensive one will be at the top, and the least expensive one will be at the bottom as you scroll down, descending order. Anyway, we are really, really delighted to do this. I know that even though Andrea Fisher Fine Pottery has been in existence for 27 years, every day I come here when we film, and every day I learn something new. And today we have 2 really wonderful people, Aaron and his wife, Wilma Baca Tosa. They are potters from Jemez, Pueblo. Jemez, Pueblo is located due west of Santa Fe, as the crow flies, but not the way the highway goes. But due west of Santa Fe is Jemez, Pueblo, and a really interesting pueblo, which we'll sort of get to later. But what I'd like to do is I would like to introduce Aaron and Wilma. And Wilma, can you say hello and tell us a little something?
Hi, my name is Wilma Baca Tosa.
I'm from Jemez, Pueblo. My Indian name is New Wheat. I'm also from the Sun Clan, and I've been doing this for over 20 years.
Wilma, tell me your Indian name again?
New Wheat.
New Wheat.
Yes.
Oh, nice.
Yes.
Lovely.
And I've been doing this for over 20, almost 30 years, or maybe over 30 years.
Wow.
So today I'm going to be demonstrating from the start to the finish of a pot.
Perfect. And Aaron?
Hi, my name is Aaron Tosa, husband of Wilma Tosa.
And what is your role? Since pottery making is traditionally women's work, and husband and wives work together, they usually sort of split what they do. What is your role in the making of these pieces of pottery?
I don't do the pottery. I don't make the pottery. But after she makes them and designs them, I take out the stuff that she don't need to show the design on the pottery.
So you do some of this graffito work.
Yeah, yes. And I sand the pots and make them to a point where they're sitting level.
Well, what my experience has been with husbands and wives, they have very specific things that they do to do the finished product. Usually they work together on gathering the clay and cleaning the clay and
Yes.
doing the firing stuff. And then it really depends on what skills the husband and the wife have in order to, who does what in the rest of the making of the pot. And Wilma, what are you doing with us today?
Today I'm going to go ahead and start to mix clay for you.
And is that the clay that's there?
The top one is the clay.
Uh-huh.
The bottom one is the temper. It's the volcanic ash that I use as a temper for the clay.
Now, the clay obviously didn't come out of the ground looking, all nicely ground up like that. Well, first of all, where do you get your clay?
We have two kinds of clay. We have the one that we have on the east side, and then one we have on the west side. There's two kinds that we get. One's kind of like a reddish, pinkish color, and the other one is a gray color. But we usually get them in clumps like this.
So they look more like rocks.
Yes, little rocks.
And hard?
And hard. So we have to dry them, and then right now before we used to get them, clean them, and then put them in water to dissolve them. Then we would screen them to clean out weeds and rocks, and so now we clean them out. We dry it, we clean them out, and we usually grind them now.
Do you pound them up to clean them?
Yes.
And you find all kinds of stuff
Yes.
in the clay?
Yes. Rocks and roots.
Rods and
Roots, yes.
Roots
Mostly.
Yeah, wow.
Yes. So these are the two kind of clays we have.
What happens if you don't clean it well?
If we don't clean it well, then, when the pot is made and you see it somewhere, either burn or pop or...
So it'll come back to bite you later?
Yes, yes.
Now, when you go and collect clay, how much do you get?
We usually get like big 5-gallon buckets of clay, fill them up. The clay is right where we live, so
Aren't you lucky?
Yes, we're lucky, but this one is further in the mountains, and this is the temper. So this one's.
How do you get to those further places? Because there's basically two highways in New Mexico, one north and south, and one east and west, and not too many other roads. I mean, do you have to walk?
We drive. When they used to get this, they used to have to. It's like an arroyo, and then you go up a hill, and then that's where you would get this. They would put them in bags, like gunny sack bags or some kind of tight bag to where, it won't fly away because it's easily, it just flies.
Yeah.
So they used to get them, and they used to carry them down to their vehicles. But now they built us a whole roads to where we can just go and drive up there and get it now.
Lucky you.
Yes.
Well, pottery making is a big industry at Jemez Pueblo.
Yes.
How many people live at Jemez? More or less?
About 3,500.
3,500. And how many of them are potters?
Maybe not half. Maybe like, I'm thinking maybe like 300 or
Yeah.
300 potters.
Yeah.
Is that number increasing or decreasing as
I
time
think
goes
it's
by?
decreasing.
It's decreasing.
Yes.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yes.
And I would assume that people are going out into the rest of the world
Yes.
and not coming back to do the traditional. And if you don't have anyone to teach, well,
Yeah, that's the hardest part, to get them, to start something, or to try to make them do some little pottery, even just on the side. Instead, everybody's on their computers and, doing different things.
Yeah, on their computers. And now you talked about the temper underneath. What is temper?
Temper is volcanic ash that we mix the clay with to make it just the right consistency to where we can work with the clay.
If you don't put temper in, what happens?
It cracks.
It cracks.
Yes.
If you put too much temper in?
It tends to be more soft and it's harder to build a pot.
Does it also crack?
It doesn't crack. Maybe in the process when it's falling, because it's not to the right consistency where the pot can stand as you're building it up. So what it's gonna do is it's gonna just keep, going down if you're trying to build it. So then I guess that it's at the you need more clay.
And so it looks like it's about that you have more temper than you have clay.
Well, I kind of mix the temper around, and then I put the clay in the middle.
Yeah.
But they're almost about the same amount.
So the temper is like a donut with a big hole in the center, and the clay's in the middle.
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, let's see what happens.
Okay. Let me go ahead and start. I'm gonna mix the clay, and
when you do this at home, where do you do it?
I usually do it, mix it on the floor or mix it on the table like I am.
Inside your house?
Yes.
Ooh, does it get a little
yes,
dusty?
It gets a little bit dusty, but if I mix it outside and it's windy, this tends to fly away. Yeah, the temper tends to fly away because it's so light. It's light.
Well, the volcanic ash is the result of an enormous volcano that blew its top in New Mexico, millions of years ago. And they have found rocks from that volcano in Colorado. So it really did a number. And Jemez Pueblo is not far at all from the crater that was left behind. The caldera, which is where the lava came out, and after the lava cooled, it shrunk. And there is this enormous basin. It is just beautiful. It has herds of elk that live in there, all surrounded by pine mountains after all this time. And one of the really nice things that happened is that right before leaving office, President Clinton signed a bill that made the Valles Caldera and it kind of looks like what Wilma has right now before she pours the water.
Oh,
on.
yes, yes, it does, so much.
Only it's, many miles across. But President Clinton made it a national monument. And if you're ever in New Mexico, I believe you need a reservation to go in because they only want a certain number of people in there at a time. And there's beautiful hiking trails and it's, a really, really gorgeous area.
Clinton made it a national preserve. Obama made it a national park.
Oh, okay. Well, I had all that wrong, didn't I? So it went from a preserve to a national park. But it's really a spectacular place. And if you have a chance when you're in New Mexico and you're an outdoors person, it's really wonderful. I mean, literally, there are herds of elk and all kinds of wonderful wild animals that live in that preserve. And it's comfortable enough to drive in, but once you get off the main road there are lots of places where you can hike in the wilderness. But anyway, that because of that huge volcano that was there, in the surrounding area, the ash that was the result of that volcano exploding has come to rest. And is the volcanic ash hard when you mine it, when you gather it?
It kind of comes out like a little damp. It's right in between like a huge mountain, maybe as big as this building, and it's right in the center of it. So we get it out with it's not hard, I like the clay, but I have to take him to get it. I have to take Aaron to.
Well, there you go.
Yes,
That's
another part he plays.
Yeah, another part he plays. Everyone has their roles. I know. Is that a coffee can you're using?
Yes.
Oh, so many potters are addicted to Folgers, I think, or Maxwell House.
But sometimes they're not. They're plastic now, so.
They're plastic.
When you find one that's can like this, then you get really happy.
Well, maybe we should just give the Maxwell House or the Folgers coffee companies a little jingle and say, do you have any, we stored it, was stashed away in the basement because the artists can use them.
Yes. So as I go along, I add water, not too much at a time, because you don't know if you might get too much water.
Almost looks like you're making dough.
Yeah.
And so how you collected in 5-gallon buckets, how many buckets would you pick up on the way?
Of the temper, the white ash?
Yeah, or the clay.
Oh, okay. The clay we usually get a couple or to start with for maybe the month or so. But the temper, the volcanic ash, that's more harder to get in the mountains, so we tend to get more of that, maybe like 6 or so buckets.
And how often do you do that?
Maybe once every
2 months.
2 months, 3 months.
And does that mean you do it in the wintertime too?
Yes, if you really need it, but
if you're desperate.
Mostly before the winter, that's when we go get it, like maybe November.
You stuck up on that stuff while it's still,
Is it frozen?
Well, it doesn't get frozen. It's just the roads that we drive on.
Yeah, they're
usually have
frozen or
snow
muddy.
and water stuff coming down, and it's hard to get up there.
Yeah, hard to get up there even in the summer, huh?
Well, the summertime it's okay, because a lot of people they just have the advantage to go up there, when the roads are still good, so they stock up on that stuff.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and that way, you know, we have to work on it. It's kind of scarce when you go over there because it's a hole. It's like you're digging a cave, you know.
Ooh.
But every time you dig out, that's what we collect, like in shovels, and then we put it in a bucket. It's like about 6 shovelfuls to fill up a bucket, but they come in chunks like that,
Uh-huh.
and after we take it home, we'll lay it out and, you know, wind dry it or sun dry it, and then we'll crush it to a point where it
Did
gets.
you get a hammer or what do you do to break it
Yeah,
up?
just a little hammer and just go around with it, and then after you get all the ash, the powder, we put it on a sifter,
Uh-huh.
like
Screen?
like a screen. Yeah.
So what are you doing there, Wilma?
I'm just scraping off the bottom of this so I can get it.
Yeah, I guess if it's so hard to get, every little bit counts.
Yes. Yes. So I'm just, so I can mix the whole thing instead of, you know, like the clumps that get stuck or stick to the canvas.
Uh-huh.
I just get those off.
And how many pieces will that big lump of clay make?
You can, probably can build a big pot with this alone, or maybe I could do like maybe about 4 small pieces or so,
Uh-huh.
or maybe 5. No, I can.
Is the clay collecting and the preparation of the clay the hardest part?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Once you start making it, once you get going and you have clay that you already mixed, then then you know that you can just sit there and start making your pots.
Mm-hmm.
But they're not just all made in one day.
Yeah.
You know, it takes maybe a couple of days to build one.
Are you going to build a pot today
Yes, I am.
with that clay?
Yes.
Oh, well, Dirk, maybe in a couple of minutes you could take one of the cameras over and let people see what the finished product looks like. Because they saw the pile of light colored dust and the part of dark colored dust, and we get to see what it's going to turn into. And you keep mixing and mixing. Is it to make it uniform?
I'm just trying to get all the to really stick. Then you'll know that you're good.
Yeah.
But at home, we don't mix small. We don't mix small like this.
Small
like
batches?
Small batches.
Yeah.
We don't make small batches like this. We make like maybe almost half of that 5-gallon, or you know, then do the rest again. Do the rest of it in a different day, or maybe the next day. But at home, it's more than this what I've mixed here.
Well, Thomas Tenorio is from Santo Domingo, which sounds like it's a million miles away from Jemez, and it is if you go by the roads, but if the crow flies over, they're fairly close.
Yes.
And he says that he likes to put his clay like in buckets, like garbage cans, and let it age for 3 months. 3 months.
Oh.
And because he finds that the clay there is much more plastic, much easier to work with if the clay is older.
Yeah, I have another clay here.
Now you probably can see the camera on some Wilma and Aaron's pieces. It's just remarkable that lump, just on one piece, okay, but you can see that the lump that's in front of her, this is what it's gonna turn out to be, which is really, really, truly amazing. And we'll get to see the whole process today.
This is the clay from the one up on the west side. So
East.
the east side, yeah. This is the east side clay, and if you can see, they're two different colors. But when you bake it, they both come out the same color.
That same golden color?
Yes.
Yes.
They both come out the same color. So one is like the pinkish color like it is here, and the other one's gray, like I have here. So they're both.
Are they different to work with?
I think this needs more ash temper. It needs more temper for the east side.
So the temper acts like a glue that sort of sticks the clay together, or keeps the clay stuck together.
Keeping the clay to be more sticky. Because clay alone is really sticky.
Yeah.
So with the temper, it helps it to be more as to where you can work with, start building a pot, or do a pinch pot, so it can stand up.
You do that so quickly and so easily. I think you probably had a lot of practice, huh?
Yes.
You said 30 years of making pottery?
30 years.
Well, how old were you when you started? I mean,
I would, at first, the first time I ever did any pottery making was at age 5 or so, 4 or 5.
Nice.
Yes, we used to do a lot of ashtrays, turkey ashtrays, canoes, bowls, small ones like I just did.
Now tell me, where do you go canoeing in?
I know. The Jemez River, and then you get stuck.
You get stuck right, you go 5 feet and you're on a rock.
You get stuck on the rock. Then you have to get off and push it.
Now can you jump across the Jemez River?
Yeah, right now you can.
Right now?
Yes.
Wow.
So what we do after I'm done is, so that tells me it's good.
What did you just do to say it was good?
Just made it, and then just by looking at this, it's good.
So
Because
it's 30 years of eyeballing clay.
Yeah.
That you know when
But
it's
if it
ready to
didn't
go.
do that, that tells me that like, it just tells you that there's more clay in it, I guess. Because it wouldn't, be, it'll be hard to work with too, more clay, but it wouldn't be as hard as if you had too much temper. But when it dries and there's too much clay in it, it's hard to even just to sand, because it's like rock hard.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I've
It's like those rocks that you collect.
Yes. Yes. So there was one time, my mom, she got some from a lady so we could sand for her or something like that, but they were as hard as rocks. It was hard to sand, and I asked her why, and she said there's too much clay in it. So, but it was.
Was it your mama who taught you to make pots?
My grandma, her name was Marie Reyes Shendo. She used to do a lot of pots, different kinds. Wedding vases, cooking pots. She did her own cooking pots, and she used that volcanic rock too. That
Pumice.
yeah, like pumice, like
Things you wash jeans with.
Yes,
Yeah.
probably. And I never got the chance to collect stuff with her that she built her cooking pots with. But she had big cooking pots like this, little ones, you know, all sizes, just even one that she used to put beans in.
And she would put them on the stove or in a
Yeah.
fire?
Both.
Oh,
Yes.
uh-huh.
Because she had a fireplace and she would put the big ones like the one you have up there. It's a huge one to do some stew.
Uh-huh.
So she used to put that in the fireplace. But the little smaller ones, she could put it on top of the stove.
Uh-huh.
And then they would just boil and,
Wow.
yes, cook in those.
Well, I've had beans that were made in clay pots.
Uh-huh.
They taste a whole lot better than.
Is it different?
Oh, it's really different. It's really different than you know, the slow cooker or the metal pot that you may put on the stove. The clay pots, for some reason, they give those beans a flavor you can't get anywhere else.
So I'm done with this one.
So you learned from your grandma.
I learned from my grandma.
And did you live with your grandma?
I used to go and spend the whole summer with her, and then after school was out, I was at her house every day.
Wow.
So I learned a lot from her, from doing pottery, cooking, to
Yeah.
you know, all kinds of.
Is she still alive?
No, she passed away right before I graduated high school.
Oh.
So she's been gone a long time. But the thing too back then was they never signed their names on the bottom of their pots.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of the pots that we see from Jemez from a long time ago, they don't have any signature on.
Yeah.
So we don't know who made it or, you know, who built that pot.
Well, you know, it became popular to sign your name on pots when Marie Martinez at San Ildefonso began signing your pots. But, you know, in the native culture, the group is more important than the individual.
Yes.
And, or the clan, or the tribe, or any congregate of Native Americans within that community is always more important than the individual. And by putting your name on something, you stand out. And it's almost like saying, this is mine, it doesn't belong to the group.
Yes.
And so it only became popular when Native American pottery became more of a commercial industry, so that you could identify the person who made it. And some people, like Marie Martinez, who was well known, she could get more money for her pieces because they could point to it and say, you know, Maria Martinez made these.
Yeah.
And so everybody started putting their name on it, and a hierarchy of potters developed as a result of that. But my understanding is that Marie got a lot of flack for doing that in the beginning. First of all, because some one white guy suggested that she do it, and second of all, it was, you know, when it was outside of the norm, outside of the unspoken rules of the village. And anyway, yeah, so it was sort of like 1940 was the time that people started putting their names on pottery with any consistency. And so, you know, either the pot you might have at home that's unsigned could be either something that where the potter didn't write their name on and it was rather contemporary, or more than likely it was because it was made before 1940.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So how did you learn from Grandma?
How?
Yeah, I mean, because, you know, so many potters say that the way they learned is by watching.
Same thing, watching and I guess experimenting what we can do with the pot, with the clay. So she would be making pottery, then we sit around the girls and we watch her, and then she'll just grab a little bit of it and tell us, let's see what you can do with this.
Yeah.
And her pottery was all like natural painted, natural colors, and I guess when my aunts and my uncles got older, they started doing the pastel colors.
Yeah.
They used to do a lot of pastel color ones. All the
Well,
ones.
there was a time during, that whole hippie period when Jemez was doing day glow poster paint on their pots, and quite frankly,
Yeah.
I think I am probably the person in the world that has the biggest collection of those really, the pots are beautiful, but the painting on the outside was, fluorescent fuchsia and chartreuse green, and many of them were ones that glowed in the dark. And so if you put a black light on them, they are unbelievable.
Yeah, they're beautiful.
Yeah.
I saw your display here
Yeah.
when I came one time.
Well, the Museum of Art here in Santa Fe did an exhibit on the counterculture in New Mexico. And because, we had a lot of communes in New Mexico, and all these, white kids were wearing moccasins and clothes with fringes on them and in sweat lodges and, probably trying to be a little something that they weren't. And they copied so much from the Native American culture. And the exhibit was about, all of the hog farm, which was a big commune up in Taos. And it was a really, really interesting exhibit. But the curator was really very special, because what the curator said was, that all these hippie kids copied stuff from the Native Americans. Did it go the other way? Did the Native Americans copy anything from the hippies? And what happened is that, it was in Jemez and Tesuque Pueblos mostly, that, all of a sudden their pots had psychedelic, far out groovy colors, man. And that was probably the only thing that went the other way. But today, I don't see anyone doing that, hallelujah. And what we carry here in the gallery are the traditional pieces of the culture, traditionally made, traditionally decorated, in most cases traditionally fired. And Jemez still has people that paint their pots with commercial paints and some, acrylics, but
Yes.
Because that isn't, following in their tradition, that's something that we don't carry. And your specialty, Paula, I called you Paula again. I'm so sorry. I apologize. But you remind me so much of another potter that was here the other day, Paula Esteban from Acoma, who is fun and talented, and it's a compliment, believe me. But Wilma, your specialty is making wedding vases.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So tell me about wedding vases.
Wedding vases are, I think, are special. The two spouts coming together as one.
So they're called wedding vases. Are they used in a wedding?
They're, I guess, a long time ago, the husband to be, family would take a wedding vase over to the bride's residence or house to ask for her hand in marriage.
Oh.
So, and I don't know the aspect of what they did, once they were there, or if they drank from it, or what they did with the wedding vase, but that's what I've heard,
Yeah, well, I think wedding vases are popular among a lot of the the Pueblo people.
Mhm.
And different Pueblos do different things. I know that in some instances, the wedding vase is made by one of the sisters of the mother of the bride. And it's used in the wedding ceremony, and water is put in it. And for all of you at home that have American Indian pots, never put water in them. Never, ever, ever put water in them. Because, you know, even though the pots may shine, in some cases there's no glaze on them. They're not like your coffee cup, that's
Yeah.
for sure. And what will happen is the water will leach through the pots, eventually destroying the pot and perhaps the furniture that they're sitting on as well. But since you at home who have this prized possession in your home, you don't have the ability to make another one like the Pueblo people that are making the pieces of pottery. So don't destroy it by putting water in, because it's a huge disappointment. What are you doing there?
Yeah, I started a pinch pot.
Uh-huh.
I went ahead and make it like a mountain, I guess, or a little hill.
Uh-huh.
And then a cone, and then I start with my thumb in the middle, and then I just start
pinching it.
pinching it little by little.
And you're trying to make that thick wall thinner and even?
Yeah, just the right, you can feel how thick it is still, and then I'll just keep going. I use both hands to do my pinch pots, and I'll just keep going, and then I'll come out and then try to do it from the outside of it. So pinch pots are easier to make than the bigger ones. In a day or so, you can do maybe 5, 6 of them. It depends if you're busy or not, you know, doing other housework.
Yeah. And your studio is the kitchen table?
My studio's the kitchen table.
Now, do you have kids?
No.
No kids, so you don't have to worry about cleaning them up at 3 o'clock when the school bus drops them all off.
I still do though a lot because I care for my mom, so she has other things that needs to be done, so I do that.
Does your mom live with you?
Yes.
And how old is your mama? How old is your mama?
My mom is 76.
She's 76.
Yes. My mom, she's the one that I asked if she could help me with the wedding vase. She's the one that taught me how to do the wedding vases and how to put it together or make it together. The wedding vases. She's the one that helped me make my first wedding vase. I never knew how to do a wedding vase, but that's who I learned that one from. Because my grandma, she did a lot of pinch pots with just open on top, wide open, and that's what they did a lot at that time.
Do you coil your pots ever?
Yes, the bigger ones are all coiled.
So what's this one gonna be?
I don't know yet.
You don't know yet? Or the clay hasn't told you yet?
Yes.
Has it?
It'll build itself up. Sometimes I do, I like doing seed pots too. You know, those seed pots, you can decorate the whole thing with just that one little opening on top. It's the seed pot. So, and I also use, while I'm building, I use a lot of these doors
To scrape them?
yeah, to scrape my.
And those are pieces of board?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Just to get the outside evens and even it up if I need to. Take my handprint, my fingerprints off.
And do you grow the gourds? Or just some?
There's some people that do grow gourds.
In the village?
In the village, yes, and you can get them, and they just stay afloat on top of the water.
Now, you live at Jemez?
Yes, we live within the pueblo.
Do you know that in, well, it's interesting because there's Jemez Pueblo, which is another word for it's a Spanish word for village. And then there is the Jemez Reservation. And so reservation, pueblo, and village are all effectively mean the same thing, although the reservation would encompass the village and all the land that belongs to the village.
Yes.
When the Jemez people moved from the Four Corners area down to where they're located now because of drought, the mountains were a little cooler and a little wetter than the Four Corners area. This is like in the year 1200. There were many villages. Is there only one now?
There's only one Jemez now. Yeah, there used to be a lot of villages, and all the ruins are more up north, I guess. And I think they used to travel from north to south. You know, it depends on the weather.
Yeah.
You know, they would go on top when it's more during the
When
winter
there wasn't
time.
snow.
Yeah. So, and then they would come down when it's planting time because there's the water and all the land that you could.
And was there an irrigation system?
Right now there is. Now there is. You know,
So how would you water your crops other than depend on the rain?
They built us some irrigation ditches.
Recently?
Oh well, they've been there since back in the late 40s, I think, or the early 40s, and they built like one section that runs through the Jemez through the pueblo, and there's another section that runs in between, and there's another one a little higher, and there's another one that's higher. But they all combine in one place, and then it goes back into the river. Whatever waters that's not being used.
So it's fed from rainfall?
No, it's fed from the river of the Jemez river that runs through the village.
So it starts at a higher altitude
yes,
and stays at that altitude and then comes down to the village. I understand.
They built dams for us, a long time ago, to kind of hold back the water that we need to use for irrigation. And that's where the laterals. That's where they started. One side of the river has its couple of ditches, and then the other side of the river had a couple of ditches too. And each one of them goes, side by side along the river,
And then if there's any excess water, it goes back into the river.
Yeah, it goes back into the river. Whatever you don't use, it'll go back into the river.
And then it heads to Albuquerque.
And it heads back down to
And then somebody drinks it all up because there are lots of people there.
Yeah. That river that goes through Jemez, it just goes back into the Rio Grande.
It goes back to the Rio Grande.
But a lot of it's used there, right there in Rio Rancho places where they dig wells and stuff.
Yeah.
And they use that water.
Well, water is really important around here.
Yes.
Now, are there, many of the pueblos have water symbols on their pieces of pottery. Does Jemez have water symbols on their pottery?
I think more of the serpent. A lot of them use the water serpent.
Water serpent.
Yeah. on their pots. I don't know. I don't remember.
Well, you know, maybe this would be a good time to talk a little about the history of Jemez pottery, because Jemez Pueblo is really different than the other pueblos, because the continuity of the culture was broken at Jemez when the Spaniards came. And Jemez was situated in a beautiful place. There were lots of villages. People were extremely prosperous. Well, when the Spaniards came, they said, "Oh, that's where we want to live too."
Yeah.
And they attacked. And Jemez Pueblo was really decimated. And the Spaniards sort of moved in, and they built buildings, oftentimes of the stones that were used for the kivas. And kivas are religious buildings. And they built churches and other buildings with those stones from the kivas. And then the Pueblo revolt happened, and the Spaniards left. They went down to El Paso, Texas, and they stayed there for a few years. But they came back, but Jemez was pretty much prepared for them. And they didn't stay. The Spaniards didn't stay, and because the Jemez people had torn down all the buildings that the Spanish had built, so it wasn't as though they were going to reoccupy that area. And Jemez also became a refuge for the people from Pecos. And Pecos is, about 30 miles east of Santa Fe,
Yes.
little south and a little east. And the people from Pecos, were pretty much decimated, and a few families took refuge at Jemez, and Jemez took them in. And still to this day, the descendants of those Pecos people go back to Pecos, and they, Pecos is a very famous name, the Pecos River and Pecos Bill, and all the cowboy movies were made along the Pecos and the mountains, but the families still go back to the remains of the Pecos Pueblo ruins to do their ceremonies every year, because they still keep their part of the culture alive. And in the meantime, what happened to the Jemez pottery is the pottery pretty much faded away. And I don't think we've ever had a piece of historic Jemez pottery in here. If I had to draw a picture or explain what a piece of Jemez pottery from the 1700s looked like, I couldn't do it, because there just aren't that many of them, and there aren't many that were made during that time period. And so, when the material part of a culture dies, and the culture continues on, they have a couple choices about what they can do in terms of where they can go with that material culture. They can go back to the beginning and start in the beginning and continue on. They can pick up where the pottery culture ended and continue from there, and they can start something absolutely brand new. And I guess it's in my opinion that they started a lot of things that were brand new. They started making storytellers, which is probably what Jemez Pueblo is most noted for. And we do carry a lot of Jemez storytellers, but I'm very particular. I like the ones that are, that use all the natural colors, and that they really depict the grandparents that they really are. I noticed you added a coil on top of
Yes,
that
I
pinch
usually
pot,
do
so it's a
add-
combination, huh?
yes, add a coil on top.
Mhm.
Then, or get it to a certain point, then to build it a little bit, then I'll start the coil. But small ones like this, you can just do, I'll pinch. Yeah, but if you want to build it a little bit more and, or put in a little more, bring it in a little bit, then I add a coil on top.
Mm-hmm. Well, back to a little bit about the storytellers. We've had people come in here and they're looking for storyteller dolls. Well, they're not dolls because they're not for kids to play with. I think a doll is something that a little girl or a little boy might have, but the storytellers are really figural sculptures of grandparents teaching the culture to their grandchildren. And for most of the Native American languages in the country, what language do you speak it?
We speak Toa
Toa
and Jemez.
and Jemez. And so, there's grandma and grandpa teaching their grandchildren Toa. They're telling them about all the nuances of their culture and what it was like when they were kids, and the stories of their culture. And it's interesting because it's just like every other culture in the world. The generation in between is always too busy working. And so grandma and grandpa take over that sort of duty. And in my own culture, there are all kinds of sort of jokes about, grandpa would say, we walked to school 2 miles in the snow and it was uphill both ways. And I remember when I was a boy, we didn't have typewriters and we had to learn penmanship in school, and on and on and on. And the exact same thing is true with the Native American culture. The only difference is that kids can't read it in their native language in books because most of the languages are not written down. There is not a Towa English dictionary, at least not that I know of. The only one that I'm absolutely sure of is there's a Navajo English
Navajo
dictionary. Yeah,
dictionary.
but there are like a million Navajos, so that makes sense. And to be able to do a dictionary in your language for 3,500 people is a really big project.
Yeah, that would be hard.
It'd be really hard. And so the storytellers became extremely popular because everybody can relate to them. That idea of sort of the bonding between grandchildren and grandparents. And many of the pueblos, not all, but many of the pueblos make storytellers, and Jemez is probably the most prolific. If I had to guess, I would probably say that half of the potters at Jemez either make them on a regular basis or know how to make storytellers.
Yeah.
We like the ones, the whole idea of that bonding between generations is really fascinating, and that's why we carry them. But basically, we're a Container Store. The Container Store that's called the Container Store has nothing on us because that's all we have are containers, except for the few storytellers. And we look for the ones that are painted with the natural paints that you go out into the mountains and look for either as minerals, as rocks, or as plant material to paint on your figures. And so Jemez became a commercial industry in some ways, and what they were interested in was the tourist trade. And Jemez Pueblo is pretty much off the beaten path.
There you go.
Oh, there we go, a nice clear view. But Jemez is pretty much off the beaten path, and so their commercial industry was spread far and wide because they don't get quite as many visitors as, for example, we get in Santa Fe. And they did everything that they thought that the buying public would like. They made all kinds of sort of pieces that looked like anglo pots. They made ashtrays.
Yeah, ashtrays.
Lots and lots of ashtrays. You could get a spoon holder and toothpick holders and all kinds of things that would never be part
Salt and pepper shakers.
Salt and oh, absolutely, salt and pepper shakers. Needless to say, I have a few of those.
Yes.
Painted with those psychedelic day glow for a groovy man pieces. We have a question from Dan, or a comment. Some Jemez potters sign their pots Walatoa
Yes.
instead of Jemez. Can Wilma explain the difference between the names Jemez and Walatoa?
I'm not sure. Even at home, if we say, if someone asks you, like we meet somewhere in Bernalillo or somewhere, and they ask you, where are you coming from? And we say, Tewa, that's, I guess, short for Walatoa. We'll say Tewa, and that means home, from Jemez. I don't know the difference between Walatoa and Jemez, but I know in the internet it's like Walatoa, Popo of Jemez. It says that on the internet.
Well, it's a movement is sort of afoot of the pueblos of New Mexico to changing back to their original names. Because when the Spaniards came, they renamed everything. And so many of the pueblos have names of Catholic saints.
Yes.
Like Santa Ana, San Felipe, San Ildefonso, Santa Clara, San Juan. And so, like Santo Domingo is now Kiwa.
Yeah,
Kiwa, and where the river cuts through. And no, that's San Ildefonso. I'm sorry. San Juan is now Okewinge, and so perhaps, is it possible that was the original name of your pueblo, and Jemez is just merely a Spanish word because the mountains are named Jemez, and the river's named Jemez, and I mean, I don't know that for sure. Do you?
I'm not sure either, but maybe Aaron, I don't know if he knows.
Do you know?
I think the way they say it is the Walatuva is the real name of the place that we come from. And Jemez is just another word for this other word is it's pronounced Hemish. Hemish are the people, but in another word they explain it like how would I say it? Like a slang word. Slang word. We're the people. Hemish, we're the people. But instead of Hemish, saying Hemish is they said it in a Spanish word.
Jemez, the people became Jemez.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. Yeah, that makes that makes all the sense in the world.
And then
And Walatoa was the name of the village?
It's the village, the place.
The place.
Yeah.
And And so the messed up word became Jemez. I mean, they messed up the
Yes.
the Toa word and called it Jemez. That makes all the sense in the world
That's the real name of the.
because Powaki Pueblo is Posagua.
See,
And it became Powake. And I know where I live, it was Sacona. And place it Tobacco Barranca. And then it became Jacona, Jacona, where the Spanish renamed. And also, you know, you look at everybody's last name. And I mean, there were no Indians named Martinez or Naranjo.
Or Baca.
Or Baca, there we go, or Baca.
so these names are the ones that the Spanish brought. You know.
Well, you know, the Navajo, the Pueblo people didn't have last names.
No.
And I mean, your Indian name is
your Indian
is New Wheat.
New Wheat, yes.
New Wheat, and so that just didn't fit in with their whole lexicon, with how they kept their records, and they were incredible record keepers. And I think that one of the things that they really added to the community, the state of what became the state of New Mexico, was their record keeping, because they wrote down everything. They wrote down every single transfer of land. They wrote down every sale of everything, every birth, no birth certificate, sorry, confirmation certificates. That was more important than being born, apparently. That you were confirmed you were absolutely confirmed into the Catholic Church. That was more important than being born. And marriages and deaths and maps and so they did lots and lots of really interesting old record keeping, and we have a great history of that. But in the meantime, you know, they renamed a lot of the people too, and the places that they lived. And so, you know, now it's sort of reverting back. But it's interesting to see how the Toa word was translated by the Spanish, and that is the name of the area that you live, how that continues on. Well, Dan, thanks so much for asking that question, because I just learned something. And it's fascinating to see what the various pueblos do. And Wilma, is this a good time for you to talk a little bit about your finished pieces, because they're so beautiful, and then you can come back here and you know, continue on if this is appropriate.
Yes.
So, are all your drain pipes at home clogged with clay?
Excuse me?
Are all your drain pipes at home clogged with clay?
I spill it out in the I take it outside.
Back to the earth.
Back to the earth, and maybe, you know, there's a flower or a weed outside that could use a little drink of water. But and so, Erin, you're part of the process Wilma does all this part.
Yes.
Of making all the pots, and you help with the decoration. And you know, that is really true with lots and lots of married couples. And in the old days, there were men that painted, and they painted not only on flat surfaces, you know, like on paper, but they painted on pottery too, because the making of pots was very gender specific. It was women's work. And
when we grew up, that's what we lived on too, is pottery. My mom was a potter too.
What was your mom's name?
My mom's name was Mildred Kalaki.
Mildred?
Kalaki. She was she made a lot of wedding vases too. Some of the stuff that she does, and I kind of passed it some of the stuff that that she used to make. I passed it on to her too, you know.
Great.
And then she used to have a polishing stone too, but I passed it on, but it
Yeah.
broke in the process of using it.
No.
So
Well,
then-
we'll get to see polishing stones.
Yes.
Hopefully a little later. But
Yes.
now we're going to turn over to Wilma and Derek, and Wilma's going to talk a little bit about her finished pieces.
Yeah.
Well, hey Wilma, I'm over here with your finished pieces. And what do you have? What do you have in front of me?
I have a pottery that's decorated with daisies. Is some people like to call them daisies. Some people like to call them stars. Also with the eagle feather design on top. The lighter part of the pot is the clay, and the darker red color is the slip that I use. That comes from it's all natural. The whole pot is natural. The designs on each side of this one piece here is the kiva fireplace designs. This is where we all gather, and I like to use more of that on my pots to make them more of a togetherness for everybody as a blessing, to the family. Also, it has kiva steps on it also, and during our dances, it's important where we're at and where we go. So I use a lot of the kiva aspect in my pots. So, and then the stars or the daisy brings it all together.
Well, it's really beautiful, Wilma. And how do you achieve all these designs?
As I'm making the pot, the designs tend to come to mind of how the pottery is going to look when it's done.
Well, and so it's obviously a smooth, shiny surface and a non-shiny surface. So do you etch out the designs, or how do you do that?
I use a needle, a sewing needle, and I design all my designs. And then I etch it out with the X-Acto blade. So all the designs are made from a sewing needle. I use, and then everything that I need taken out, we take out from it to bring out the design.
And so of all the pieces here, do you have a design that you like doing the most, or do you have something here that you like a whole lot, or something that's new?
What I have new is this design here. It's more like a bigger star pattern, but as you turn it, it tends to show more like of a 3D, I guess you can say. You see more different kind of patterns in it as you turn it different ways or how you see it. This also has a feather design on top, and then the directional pattern design on the top above the feather design.
Well, it's really beautiful, Wilma. How do you achieve all of these really straight lines on a piece that obviously is made by hand, and so at some point, they're not so straight?
I do all my designs it's all handmade and all freehand. I don't do no stencils. I don't use no stencils or anything like that.
Mm-hmm. Well, and looking at those, you can kind of see that some of the feathers are larger than a few of the other feathers, and you just have to kind of make it work as it goes. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then what is this design that's along the edge right here?
This design is it's like a directional design. It also is there's no end anywhere to it's all just one design as a pattern going down. Also this one, it's a directional design.
Well, it's really quite beautiful, Wilma. And so you want to tell me about another one of your pieces? And I apologize in advance. I think I'm going to get roughed at by a dog.
This one I just made. This is a new one that I did. It also has different directional designs. And the purpose of all four that I put in here, I did a north, south, east, and a west. No matter how you look at it, you know, right now life is so crazy, and I think there's it just came to mind to where that we all need direction, and the way that we all need to for right now with all this going on. But it still has the aspect of the kiva, the togetherness. Also has the kiva steps here, and the eagle feather design.
Okay, and how about another piece here that you might want to show me as well? Oh, the big one.
Yeah, let's do the big one. This is the a large wedding vase. It also has the kiva, the togetherness of it, with the daisy and flower designs on it. The feathers, the kiva fireplace. So this one, with also the kiva steps here on the sides, with the directionals on each side and the two.
So, yeah, it's really quite beautiful. And so you polish your pieces, obviously, before you start scratching into the surface, correct?
Yes.
And how many times do you polish them?
I polished them once, and then that's when I go into, you know, I let them sit for a day or two before I start working on the pottery.
Mm-hmm.
But in my mind, it's already there to where I know what's going to go on here.
And do you plan out any of the design?
No.
You just kind of go for it.
I just go.
That's wonderful. And so of all of the pieces here that we have right now, which is your favorite?
I can't pick my favorite. They're all my favorite.
Well, which one was, how about this? Which one was a really difficult one to do? Which one gave you a whole lot of challenge?
This isn't a challenge, but the way I got this one going, or the way it just came to mind, is all the different patterns and the star designs in here, along with the directional design and how the pot came together. This is still a different, and all of the pots never a pot is the same, because it's not mass produced. It's all handmade, and each one of them is unique.
And what is your favorite shape to make? You obviously like to make a lot of wedding vases.
Yeah, I like to make a lot of wedding vases. I like making the vases because of the different shape. I have other pieces that I'm working on that are different, but as you can see here, none of them are the same.
Yeah. And no two are the same size?
No two are the same size.
And where does that wonderful red come from, that nice color?
We have mountains in Jemez, that's the color of this pot. And it's all natural. We dig it out from the mountain, and it comes out as the same color. It's kind of like a maroon color, but once you fire it, this is the color it gives you.
And how did you get interested in these geometric designs? You know, many people do geometric designs on their pieces, and other people seem to do very flowy, very kind of organic or animals. And it seems here you like the very geometric. Were you always interested in geometric things, or what did you do before making pots?
Before I did this, what I do now, I used to do the V shape here and then go around and the same thing on the other side. Then I would do all daisies on both sides. But as I went along, this came to mind to where I could do you know, as the pottery, how the pottery is shaped and how it would just flow and bring the pottery together.
And did you do any other art before making pots?
No.
No?
No.
And who
art.
taught you how to make pots?
My grandmother, Marie Ray Ashendo, was the first one that, you know, taught us how to do pottery. There's me and my cousin that did pottery. Her mom did pottery, but she doesn't do it full time anymore. She used to, but she doesn't anymore. So I'm the only one that does that full time now.
Well, yeah, so at Jemez Pueblo, if you exclude the storyteller makers, how many potters are there that exist?
Maybe 100.
That's a lot still.
Yeah, that's still a lot.
Yeah, which is really quite good. And also, are you related by any chance to Carol V. Hill? Because I've seen this design before on some of her works as well.
Yes, Carol is my cousin. She's my god sister. So, the polishing part is what I learned from her. Just by watching her. She didn't teach me how many, you know, what to do, or I didn't get a rock from her. I got all that stuff myself, and just by watching her and what she did, I got the hang of it. So that's what I started doing.
Well, that's really fun. And you know, is there anything else that you want to tell me about any of these other pieces?
They're all unique. None of them are the same. All the pots that are here today it's a lot of work. Been a lot of work.
And how long do you think it would have taken you to make all of these that we have right here?
Right here, maybe about almost a year. Not a year. Maybe like 6-8 months work.
Well, it's a lot of work, and
Yes.
we're really impressed by the amount of detail that you put into each of your pieces. We're always impressed by the cleanliness of your lines, and we're always impressed by the smile of both you and Aaron. But unfortunately, we can't see those today. But we're really glad that you're here, and we're also really glad that everybody in Jemez seems to be doing well with the virus.
Yes.
And it seems that we're, as a state, doing relatively well at the moment. And we're taking super duper precautions here in the gallery with tons and tons of cleaning. And not allowing people in the gallery except by appointment. And it's been a little strange with all the changes that has been happening. What kind of changes have happened in Jemez?
We still have a lot village right now. The strange thing that I think we all experience is how confined we're in, how locked up we're in. They locked up every entrance except one. So that's the only way we can come in and out. Even with the Highway 4 going across from it, even the Highway 4 going between the village, people living on the east side and the west side, it's still all locked up.
Well, thank you, Wilma, for all of that. You have beautiful work. If you want to just head back over to the demonstration area, and we'll get you going again on a piece if that works.
Okay.
wasn't a real joy to see all of Paula's pieces. It's hard to imagine that that big lump of clay that she had in the beginning turns into those gorgeous, gorgeous pieces. You know, and part of the reason that we're here today is to support the artists, because they really don't have any venues to sell pieces on their own. Like Wilma was saying, the village is locked down, and Highway 4, which is a 2-lane road, goes right through the center of the Pueblo. But tourists aren't allowed to stop. And Wilma, can you cross the highway if you live there? Or do you have to stay on your side of the highway?
We've been staying on our side of the highway mostly.
Wow.
Yeah.
And so, you know, all the pieces that Wilma brought here, months of countless hours worth of work are for sale. And if you can see them obviously on your screen, but if you go to our website and then go to artists and then look under the T words for Tosa, you will see Wilma's name, and all of her pieces are they're photographed on that website. The first one that the screen comes up with is the most expensive one, and when you scroll down, the prices decrease until you get to the least expensive pieces. Unbelievable amount of work that goes into them. We are also continuing on with this series for two and a half more weeks. I can hardly believe it. A long time. And we have some really, really interesting people coming along. We have 2 storyteller makers, but they are not storyteller makers from Jemez. They're storyteller makers from Acoma, part of the Lewis girls. We had Rebecca, the oldest sister, yesterday, and 2 of her sisters, Marilyn Ray, who will be here right at the end of the month, and her other sister, Judy Lewis, who makes storytellers, along with their sister, Diane. Judy and Diane will be together, but Diane does seed plots and Judy does storytellers, and they will be together, I think, a week from Thursday. Anyway, so now what are you up to, Miss Missy?
I'm just gonna do a soil pot. If that's.
Yeah, well, you know, you have some other pieces
Oh
there.
yes.
Yeah. Now that one you can't do anything with until it's dry or drier.
Yes. I've just gotta dry. It's gonna take a few days or maybe like a good week. But really, I never put my pottery in the direct sun. It's always away from the sun.
Well, I guess to dry it slowly.
Yes, to dry it slowly.
And you know, some people have said they're clay squeezes. Their clay shrinks about 20%. So if you make a pot that's 5 inches out of the wet clay, when it becomes dry clay, it's only 4 inches tall, and so it's really difficult to work with pieces that have the possibility of self-destruction because they shrink and crack so badly. Now these don't look anything at all like the finished product. Well, these are all dry now.
This one all dry. These are all dry. This one's ready to be polished. I just need to put the red slip on.
And what is the red slip?
The red slip is this is what the red slip comes in. It's like natural paint. So once you
Is it iron oxide?
Yes.
Is it iron?
Yes.
It's
so
clay.
And where do you get it?
this what we get from the red rocks there in Jemez.
Oh,
Yes. So
if anyone's ever been to Jemez, or been to Sedona, the thing that they have in common are those red rocks that
Yes.
are everywhere. Uh-huh.
And this is what I polish my pottery with.
Mm-hmm.
We dissolve it, we put it in water, and then we clean it out. We still clean this out. So if I
Do you strain it in any
Yes.
way? Or?
Yes, I
Uh-huh.
strain it. So if I wanted to use this right now, I wouldn't because it tends to have rocks and stuff in it still.
Uh-huh.
So once I strain it, it's better that, to use it after. So this is the white one. There's also the red one. There's also a white one, which I don't use, but I have this one at home. This is kind of like a grayish color, but this is also the same thing. You could do, paint it. This is the natural white paint that some of the potters use at home.
Uh-huh.
So this is the white one, and then the red is what I use more of.
So it looks like you have a big OxyClean container.
Yes,
Of
OxyClean container
of red paint.
the
It
red
doesn't
paint.
look very clean to me. Oh, what a bad advertisement for them, huh?
Oh, really, huh?
Yeah.
How
But, I just,
So this is what
Yeah.
it turns to the red.
so you
the
grind up that rock.
Yes.
Uh-huh. Mix it with water.
Mix it with water.
Now, does it settle out so that it's waterier at the top and thicker at the bottom?
Yes.
So you have to continually
You
stir it.
continue to stir it, and then sometimes it kind of gets a little bit. I have to add water, sometimes.
Uh-huh.
Not all the time, but when I need it, I have to add water. So this one's ready to be polished.
So you just paint that
Yeah.
on.
I paint this, put the slip on, and then I'll just let it dry. Let it dry.
Probably doesn't take very long.
I'll leave it for maybe like in half an hour or so hour. Or I can just take it out like in the porch where it's kind of like really cool or hot, and it'll dry faster there. So
Well,
then
unfortunately, in buildings, in Santa Fe, there are no porches. At least we don't have one.
So I'll leave it until it's dry,
Uh-huh.
and then from there I can polish it
Uh-huh.
and afterwards. So we'll just put that there.
So how thick is that slip?
The slip, how I test it is
The drips?
the drip.
Uh-huh.
So-
And you just put one coat on?
I put one coat on to start with, and then I'll go ahead and put like maybe like 6 or 7 of it.
6 or 7 coats?
Then I'll start my polishing.
Really?
Yes.
And so you wait for a half an hour before you put coat number 2 on?
Yes. Then I'll be consistent with it. I
Uh-huh.
won't leave it. The first coat I'll leave it. The first coat I'll just leave it, and then once I start it, I'll just keep going. I'm putting coat after
Oh, coat after coat.
Yeah.
And the clay, the dry clay absorbs it enough so that the slip dries?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Yes. So then I have these ones that aren't sand, they're just dry.
Yeah.
They're all dry already. And these aren't even sand yet.
So the pot that you made for us is step number 1.
Yes, this is
And
step
then-
number 1.
And the one you're holding is step number 2.
Step 2 is where
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna start sanding the pottery.
What do you use to sand with?
I use sandpaper.
Sandpaper.
Yes.
Because I've heard some people use gourds to sand with, and
Yeah, I use sandpaper. I have all kinds of different I have the screen, the roof. Oh, you're gonna love this. I have a spoon. And at the end, I have a sandpaper. And this is what I use to sand my wedding vases.
Oh,
the
so that you can
inside.
get in the inside. Oh, I love it. I love it. I
That's
love,
really cool.
yeah, I love all of the tools that I've seen over the last few days. There was one lady from Jemez, Ruby. Well, she's from Zia but lives in Jemez.
Yeah.
And Ruby said that instead of using a gourd, she says she wears out too many gourds because she makes her pots are too big.
Mm-hmm.
And so she broke one of her coffee cups and it was just the
Oh.
right angle and just the right size. So she has a piece of a coffee cup.
Oh, really?
She also uses an old pizza pan in her pieces. I love your wooden spoon with the sandpaper
Yeah.
on the end. I've seen a lot of kitchen knives and steak knives, and it's just great. Now, when you sand those pieces, do you sand them inside or
If I can
outside?
get to it, I'll sand the inside.
Oh, no, I mean inside your house.
Oh, yeah.
Ins-
No, well, no. Outside.
Outside?
Outside, because of all the, as I can do this one slowly, it won't go anywhere, but if I do it fast, because this is like, I'll just float away.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So the wind can work in your favor
Yes.
or not.
Or not.
Or not.
So once I start sanding this, then it'll turn like kind of like a white color. So you can see the difference where it's sand and where it's not.
Yeah. No, I'm not choking because of the dust. It's because he talked too much, that's why.
So this is the other shape that I have, and then this is the picture that I'm working on now with the cups.
But not for water,
Yes.
decorative. Decorative,
Yes, decorative.
right, as decoration. I've never seen you do a picture or cups, is that something new?
That's something new. I wanted to. I've been wanting to make a picture for a long time, but yeah, I never really knew what to do with it. So
Yeah, well, the handle is
Yes.
really, really nice. Oh, Wilma, you've got a fan. His name is Dan, because he asked the last question, which is great. And Dan writes and says to us, some sgraffito artists do their etching before firing, others after firing. Which works best for you? And how do you fix a mistake if a little piece breaks off?
what I do my etching. I do my etching before it's fired. Because once it's fired, you can't really work with it. It gets really, really hard. The polishing gets really hard, so you can't really do anything with it.
On your particular pots?
Yes, on my pots. So, but
So if a piece breaks off, can you patch it?
you can't patch it.
You can't.
You can't.
So what do you do?
A piece broke off this. That's a good question today. And see how I shaped it to where it'll be a different shape.
But what happens if you're doing that sort of flower design that
And then a petal breaks off. This is a polished pot. So I'm not one. Fine. If I'm designing one, and then one of the petals come off, or either I'll work with it, or I'll just sand the whole pot and start all
And
over.
start all over.
Yes.
Oh. Oh.
Because I think the polish is already there, and then as one of them come off, it's not gonna work, you know, if I do something with it.
Does that happen very often?
I try not to.
Of course, of course.
But then sometimes there's still a little rock in there, or somehow something gets in there. And if you're chipping, or if you're doing your designs, then something like, you know, the rock might push my pen a different way, or it might come off. So then I'll just stop and I'll just start over again.
Or one of your sister's kids come in the house and slam the screen door.
Yeah.
And you jump a little, and that's the end of
The end of the
yeah.
pot.
And then you have to start all over again.
Yes.
Now, you're going to be doing some of that etching today.
Yes,
Yeah.
I
Oh,
will.
good. Oh, that'll be really fun to watch you do that. Now, back to your sanding. When you sand, obviously there's a lot of dust that accumulates.
Yes.
Do you save that?
Yes, you save it. You know, usually we'll just put it back in. If you're mixing it, sometimes you put too much water. That's when you can use the sand parts of it.
Uh-huh.
Or others, they still put it in after they sift it a little.
And so they'll put it back into your clay,
the clay.
the white clay ball.
Yes,
Uh-huh.
yes. So some are reused, and then there's some that if the pottery is already baked and something happens to it, some of them they still grind it and then they put it back in the pot.
So where that one had a problem near the rim, you just readjusted the rim.
Yes, I
Uh-huh.
readjusted the rim. So came out to this shape.
So now you have 4 stages.
Yes,
The pot that you originally made that's still wet, the one that's dry and it's beginning to be sanded,
Yes.
then the one that has the first layer of slip on it,
Yes.
and then one that is polished. Are
Polish.
you going to polish a pot for us?
Yes, I'm gonna polish this one.
Oh, yeah?
Yes. I can do that now, and then we'll go into
Okay,
the
great.
the etching part of it.
Everything okay?
Everything
Yes.
okay? Oh, good. Whew. They're really fragile when they're in this state.
Yeah.
And
like-
that handle, that really worries me. Because the handles break off so
Yeah.
easily when they're in this beginning stage.
no, sure. Mamana or mamana.
So you paint layer
And
after
orange.
layer.
I'm gonna leave this.
You brought the whole kitchen sink, didn't you?
Yes.
That looks like something somebody wore at one time.
Me.
Yeah, you. And you do that because that red iron
Yes,
stains.
it won't come off. Na great that Elwin on the whole drama. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna polish this one.
Well, I remember going up to Ojo Caliente and they have mud baths. And it's the mud baths are really fun because it's just like your OxyClean container, only it's really, really big that you can climb into. It's watery like that, and it's that same sort of color. And after you sit in those mud baths for a while, you can get out and lay on their lounges that they have there. And of course, you just sort of dry up. Oh God, your skin looks like you were 4,000 years old. All crackly with all of that mud all over you. And then when you rinse it off, if you have a light colored bathing suit or a bathrobe that is light colored, that red stains
Yeah.
and it does not come out.
Oh, really?
It does
Wow.
not come out. And Ojo Caliente is where all the mineral baths are. They have arsenic baths and they have soda baths and they're all outside in a big swimming pool. It's a wonderful, wonderful, relaxing place to go. And they have all kinds of day spa massages and rubs and creams and all kinds of good stuff. And a wonderful little restaurant and some accommodations where you can stay overnight. And for those people who might be watching, a couple of days ago, their old bathhouse, where all their pumps and equipments are, and where all the massage rooms are, it burned.
Really?
And it was built, I think, in the 1920s or 1930s, almost a 100-year-old building. I haven't seen anything that says, what happened, but I would assume that if they are, I don't even know if they're open at this point because of the pandemic, but it's gonna take a little time for them to do some rebuilding. But it's a really neat place to go here because, it sort of started out as a health spa for a lot of those people that came west who thought that they were going to be able to cure their asthma and their rheumatism and everything else by sitting in mud, which, hey, that worked for me. I felt cured. I don't know what was wrong, but it was cured, whatever it was. And which is really fun. And it's, they've expanded over the years to become a really lovely, informal place. Not like any of the shishi places that you would spend thousands of dollars every day to go to, but a really, really nice place. And it's terrible that they had that fire. And
Oh my God.
but I'm sure that by the time this pandemic is gone, they'll be up and running again. And
We gotta go visit.
yeah, we wish them well. Even if you just go to the restaurant, because they have lovely food there. But I think that only restaurants are open for takeout and some outdoor dining, but no indoor dining in the state of New Mexico. Not yet. It'll be over soon. And so, how do they deal with Route 4, Highway 4, going right through the middle of the Pueblo and keeping, all of the people in the Pueblo in and keeping all of those people driving on the road out?
It's open. It's open because some of the forests, they're open. Parts of it, not all the national forest.
But I couldn't drive up to see you and come to your house and visit you.
Yeah, you can drive through, but
I could drive through, but I couldn't stop.
Yeah, you couldn't be able to stop.
And see you.
Yes.
Yeah, how has Jemez done with the pandemic? I know places like the Navajo Reservation has been really hurt badly.
We've been good. We've
Been
been
good?
good. People are taking care of themselves, and we have days like essential days that if we need like groceries and stuff, like A to G is Monday, and then so on.
So if you're Wilma Baca, you could be Wilma Baca on Monday and Tuesday, and Wilma Baca Tosa on Wednesday and
I'm
Thursday.
Tosa today.
Tosa today.
Monday I was Baca.
Wow, you figured that one out. Wow. So if you want to go to the grocery store, how far do you have to go?
We travel like about 45 minutes, or to Bernalillo, about 20 minutes to Bernalillo, and maybe like 40 minutes to Albuquerque.
So, if we need a quart of milk, it's several hours on the road, and only on Tuesdays.
We have a convenience store just up the road, so people have been going up there more, I think, buying stuff. Yeah. So,
that makes it really hard. Do you have a little garden?
yes, we do.
What do you grow?
Nice. What do you grow?
We're growing chili, we're growing melons, watermelons, corn, tomatoes, sweet corn, and squash.
Any beans?
Beans, yes.
Pinto
Onions,
beans? Green beans?
Pinto beans, onions.
We tried potatoes this year too.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Potatoes, see if they grow.
I'm ready to harvest the potatoes. I wanna see they're good now.
Well, I bought one of those little sort of nylon mesh bags full of little tiny Yukon Gold potatoes. And I opened the bag and I cooked some of them. And then I used them up. And about, maybe 3 weeks later, I found one lonely potato that I had missed that was in the refrigerator. And the little eyes were sprouting. So I thought, what the heck, I'm going to put that potato in the ground because I didn't want to eat it. And I put it in the ground, and now I have a potato plant that's, maybe 18 inches tall. And I can hardly wait to stick a shovel in there and see what's under the ground.
Yeah, that's what I want to do.
That's what he wants to do.
Because all the leaves they turned brown already. So.
They're brown? Oh,
Yeah,
mine are still green.
Yeah,
and
mine's are all.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's putting out any more leaves or getting any bigger, so I hope there's lots of activity underneath the ground that's going on. But the traditional food.
Those are the kind of potatoes I put in too. Those nugget ones like that.
Yeah, are they to have yellow skin or red skin?
Yellow.
Yellow. Yeah, those little Yukon Gold, they're really tasty little buggers. But
I want to see what's under there.
Well, see, one year I tried to grow peanuts in New Mexico, which is really, sort of strange because of the way the peanut plant makes peanuts. Because they're not above the ground, they're under the ground, but they're not on the roots either. So what happens is the peanut plant grows, and then it has a flower that gets pollinated, and then it sends a shoot out. And when that shoot hits the ground, it bores itself under the ground, and that's where the peanuts come from. But since I don't live in the South, and we actually have winter here, and it freezes, I could only see in the ground sort of the beginnings of the peanut plant because it got too cold too early, and then the plant froze, and that was the end of it. But I figured, what the heck, why not try it? And I like growing really weird and exotic things. Yeah.
I think some people have tried growing strawberries too. In Haven Springs, they used to grow pretty good, the strawberries.
Strawberries, they're perennial. They'll come back year after year after year. You don't have to replant them, luckily. But the mainstay of the diet in New Mexico is corn and beans and squash and chilies. And you put chili on everything. People from the East don't understand that we that we put chili on everything. I mean, I've known people who put chili on their breakfast cereal, which is really kind of fun. But chili's the mainstay. And one of the things that's interesting is that here we are inland and just sort of like sailors, and we don't get scurvy because there's so much vitamin C in the chili plant, and so it supplies a missing nutrient that you might find in a cold climate, which is what we basically are in the wintertime. Okay, let's go and see what you're doing about polishing.
Okay. I have my polishing rocks here. There's several that I use. This egg-shaped one is one that I've used for a very long time. And then I have two smaller ones, which I use often around the rims and stuff. And then this one is the important one that I have. This is what I have to do the inside polish of a wedding vase.
Ooh.
So this one, I like this rock because it helps me.
Do you tape it on the spoon by any chance?
No.
No, it doesn't work that way.
Yeah, so I have this rock that I do the inside polishing.
Now, where did you get all those rocks?
I bought this one at the Natural History Museum. I've had it for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost getting out of shape because I use it so much.
Yeah.
And then the rest, I think this one somebody bought for me, but these ones are like river rocks.
Wow.
That they found in the river. So
I guess the water ran over them for a long,
yes,
long time.
a long, long time.
Yeah.
And then I have one that's in there that I had used for a long time.
Now, did any of these come from family members?
Yes, this one did, but it broke.
Oh.
This, I was using this for a very long time, and then it broke.
Well, some Gorilla Glue?
Yeah, I think that's what we need. We haven't tried it yet, but this is the one I really miss because it's the one that I can just,
Yeah.
just.
Where'd you get it from?
His mom used to
Oh, nice.
have this
Nice.
rock. She had it for a long time, and then he gave it to me after we got married. But I've had this almost 16 years? About 16 years now, and then it broke. So we haven't fixed it yet, but I want to because I miss this one.
Is that how long you've been married? 16 years?
Yes.
Wow. Congratulations. That's what? 8 times the national average?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
we beat it.
Yeah, you beat the national average 8 times.
We won't be on the divorce category.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna go ahead and start this,
Uh-huh.
and then we can just.
In your OxyClean container.
Yeah, my OxyClean, that's very dirty container. So I'll put in about 6 to 7 coats.
Wow.
So, but I count the first one too. So this is 2 already. 2 coats already on this one.
And you have to put it on real evenly?
Yes. So I'll try to get all the bottom axis, all. So this is 2, then I'll wait a little bit, and then so this is the 3rd coat that I'm doing.
It seems like the clay is absorbing the slip very quickly and drying quickly.
It's drying quickly.
And so when you polish it, is it still slightly damp because
Yes.
of all the coats you put on?
I have to do it while it's kind of damp. Because once it's drying, it starts to tend to scratch the polish.
It scratches it rather than
Yes.
pushing it into itself and making it shine all pretty.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. So what coat are we up to now?
This is the 3rd one that I just did.
Now, when you do a big piece, and I know you don't do an enormous piece, the wedding vase that is over on the display is one of the the bigger pieces that I've seen you do, does that slip dry too quickly when you're putting the coats on over and
Yes.
over?
Yes.
So how do you
It does.
prevent that?
I usually early morning, while it's still cool,
Uh-huh.
helps better to polish. Some still do it I still do it during, while it's really hot. Just need.
Well, it seems like a lot of your process you do outside, whether it's on the porch or, in the shade. What do you do in the wintertime when, your house is all warm and toasty inside?
I'll usually like midday. I'll do whatever I need to. If I need to sand, or if I need to clean, some of the other, or I need to mix.
Uh-huh.
I'll do it while it's kind of like at least a little bit hot outside during the winter, and then the rest I'll just do inside. Then it's easier to polish because it's cold, and you can even do it, on the porch, or if you want to sit out in the cold, you can.
Do you get much snow in Jemez?
No.
Or in the village, I should say, because the Jemez can mean in the mountains too.
We get snow in the village, like, if we're lucky, about a foot.
For the whole year?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if it's really, really icy, cold, it'll stay for a while on the north sides.
Uh-huh.
But during the day, when the sun comes out, it'll just.
Yeah, it's
just,
gone, it
Yeah,
evaporates.
it evaporates, yeah. But on the north side, it'll stay and get icy. But it won't stay that long. The ground's just too warm. But elsewhere, like in the mountains, it'll stay for a while.
Now, the water that you use to thin that out, is it anything special, like rainwater or melted snow, or just from the tap?
Yeah, I just use the
Tap water.
Tap water.
Yes.
And your water source, do you have a water system like that comes from Bernalillo or Albuquerque?
No.
They're wells?
We have wells.
Water wells.
And
It's hard
the
water.
water,
Oh, yeah.
it's stored. We have a water storage.
On the scale of 1 to 10, the New Mexico water for hardness is about a 42. It's almost solid when it comes out of the tap.
It's very bad. The water is real bad with the washing machines,
Oh, yeah.
the showers, the water heaters,
The kitchen sinks.
the sinks. They build calcium,
Yeah.
and then at least you buy a new piece, a new fixture or something, or a water heater. It'll last. A water heater will last at least 2 to 3 years before it builds up calcium inside. Then it'll burn off. And then a washing machine will do the same thing too within a year or two.
Oh, the sacrifices we have to make for beautiful blue skies every day.
Yeah.
So
And
how
we
many,
buy our water nowadays. We buy our water. Huh?
We buy drinking
we
water.
we don't really drink that tap water anymore. A lot of people. It's got too much.
yeah, and if you buy a water softener, a lot of the water softeners are based on, you go through salt, and you're drinking that salty water. It's slippery and not like the hard water is, but it's all salty, and that's, not very good health-wise.
But if you need to drink the tap water, we do drink the tap water.
So it just keeps going on layer after layer after layer.
Yes.
And it's you can sort of see the thickness of the slip after you do the sgraffito.
Yes. But it depends how much slip people use too, I've never seen anybody use it too thick,
Yeah.
because it tends to crack if it's too thick.
Oh, so you have to hit it just right.
Uh-huh, yes.
How can you tell when it's just right?
To start polishing,
Uh-huh.
You're gonna soon find out.
Oh, I'm impatient, you know that.
Yeah.
It's, you know, and if you look at the prices of Native American pots, you know, some people have sticker shock. But those are the people that don't realize how much work is involved. And it's not as though you go to the craft store and you pick up a piece of pottery that's already made, and in the other department in the craft store you buy a few paints and a few brushes, and you paint the pot and someone else takes it away and fires it for you, and you're done. I mean, pretty easy. But all the work that goes into it to keep up that tradition. And my understanding is that pottery making is very, but very much related to the religion of the Pueblo. And do you do any sort of ceremonial things when you collect clay or after pieces are fired? I know that some potters thank Mother Nature for giving up a piece of herself.
Yeah, we do that even before we start collecting. We pray to the, you know, we do our
Mother.
cornmeal. We pray to Mother before we collect any of it. You know, anything we do, we pray first. And like now, before I started, you know.
You did this morning?
Mm-hmm.
Huh?
Yes.
Before you came here?
Before we came here.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Well, obviously the prayers are working. So far, so good, huh?
Yes. So I go ahead and what I do is I'll go like this to see if it's
You're
good.
touching it to your
with
lip?
my lip,
Uh-huh.
and then I'll know that
What's it telling you?
it's good.
It's good?
Yeah, to start polishing, because if it's still a little too wet, like this bottom part is a little too wet, but I can start on the top.
Uh-huh. And what are you feeling for? Dampness or temperature?
Dampness.
Uh-huh.
So I'm just gonna go ahead and start with my polishing.
So you put all those layers on. Do you polish it more than once?
Yes. I'll polish it till I know it's okay to.
Even the bottom, huh?
Even the bottom.
Even the bottom.
Some don't polish the bottoms, but all of my pots, I polish the bottoms.
Well, all of your pots are signed.
Yes.
And so, when do you add the signature?
After I'm done with the whole pot.
Uh-huh. But after it's been fired or before?
Before it's fired.
Uh-huh. You know, that's pretty standard practice to have to sign your pots before they're fired. And any pots that are signed with pencil, that's unusual and sometimes not a good sign.
Oh, yeah.
But you know, every once in a while people forget. I mean, how many times have you written a check and forgot to sign it? And when you're wiping, is that there excess slip that's coming
Yes.
off?
Yes,
Uh-huh. Is that normal?
it's normal. See? It sticks.
Uh-huh.
So I'll just
Kind
kind
of
of
sticks.
wet it and then,
Now, when you're polishing like that, does the stone leave a mark on
yes,
the clay?
it does. And then usually when it does this, then I'll pick up another one
Uh-huh.
of the polishing rocks. Then I'll just do it again. The same thing.
And how do you choose which one to use?
This one, I'm using this because it's just a little bit more bigger, but the smaller ones, I'll do with the smaller rocks.
Are you pushing very hard?
No, not yet.
Not yet?
Not yet.
But you will?
Yes, I will. In a little bit. Because I think when I push too hard, then it tends to just come off. Like, see right there?
Oh.
I have one done.
So as you continue to polish, it will even out?
Yes.
So you don't have to patch that or anything?
No, see, I already. So I'll keep doing this until I know that I can.
It's getting shinier.
Yeah, you can start seeing the shine of the pot as I keep on turning and going, and then I can go back to this big one.
So when you're making pots, do you have like a day where you sand? Or a day when you make pots, and then a day when you sand pots, and a day when you polish pots? Or...
I usually tend to like early morning, I can do some polish some until like maybe it gets a little bit warmer. I can do maybe 2 in the morning, and then I'll get up and maybe if I have some ready to be sand, I'll do that. And then the next day, maybe I'll start with polishing, and then maybe I'll go into designing the pot, because that takes time. No matter how big the pot is, it takes time to design a pot. With all the etching that goes in it, it takes a little bit of time.
So when you're doing this, I mean, do you watch TV or do you listen to music or?
Sometimes I'll put in a movie that I've seen like 10 times already, just to listen to it.
I know I've seen Pretty Woman enough times to know all the lines. That and The Wizard of Oz.
Yeah, yes. Or I'll put on some music, just to keep me, to listen to.
But does the music energize you
Yes.
when you polish faster?
Yes.
And if this is how long it takes to polish a little tiny piece, how
Mhm.
long does it take to polish one of those bigger ones?
It takes about for me, it takes maybe like 3 hours
Oh, wow.
to polish a big one.
And you really can't stop, can you?
Yes, you can't stop.
Wow. Well, do you know what I'm going to do for a few minutes? Al Miller, who is one of our salespeople here, who loves being part of this demo and conversation that we have. Al is going to come and sit and talk to you for a few minutes while
Okay.
you finish polishing.
Okay.
Because, he's had lots of communication with people that have called in or who have purchased pieces from the gallery, and he just has a couple questions and a few comments for you. But he's gonna, sit and talk to you while you keep working on that.
Okay.
I'm gonna turn it over to Al Miller.
Hi Wilma, how you doing?
Hi, Al.
I have been having so much fun in the back room watching your hands, and it's amazing. What I'm getting away is it's like your hands are like doing the thing. You know what I'm saying? And it's just so natural for your hands to be doing what they're doing. So it's been rather exciting. The other comment I have to make is I'm loving the latest collection that you brought into the gallery.
Yes.
I'm seeing more carved away from the pieces, so we're seeing more of the cream. Now, that's a new thing, isn't it?
Yes, that's the lighter part of it is the clay.
Yeah.
So that's what's the cream color. So yes.
And it's just refreshing to see that you're just tweaking your work just a little bit and making it just a little bit more unique. And the pieces, I'm loving the polish on the red that you're doing. It's just incredible. And now that we're watching you do it, I noticed you have 2 bags with stones. Now, I wasn't able to hear. Are those natural river stones then? That you're using?
These 3 are.
Okay.
And then the one I had, the bigger piece, that's all natural, and that's from the river rocks. I bought this one, and then I bought this one.
Okay. And those are with you for the whole duration, aren't they?
Yes, they are. And then when family members tend to see sparkling rocks, they like to buy them for me.
I hate to tell you, I'm going to be looking for a rock for you too. If it doesn't work, you can make a piece of jewelry or something. Now, I missed this part. Is there anybody in your family that's producing like you?
No, not right now. I have my niece. She was doing pretty good. A couple of, maybe like, when was it? Maybe, 7 years ago? Or maybe 8 years ago? She had done a pot, a small pot like this. And she designed it herself, and she polished it and everything. And she entered it with the kids section for the Indian market, and she got first place. So that was her first pot, and I thought that she would keep going, with it, but she never really went along to keep doing it.
And when you talk about that, that's my favorite section to go to at Indian Market. The first thing, I love to go to the children or young potters or young jewelers displays. And it's so exciting to see what they're doing and how it's going for them. And it's when they win a ribbon, over the moon and back, isn't it?
Yes, yes, I was so proud of her, and I thought she would keep doing it, but she never really got into it.
Now, were you instructing her a little bit, sharing your knowledge?
Yes,
Okay. Oh,
yes. So
wow.
she knows how to do stuff, and she knows what to do with it, you know. But just the thought of um, her keep doing it, she didn't really get into it.
Okay, now
So,
we have to stop for a second.
Okay.
What did you just do?
I just put a little bit of oil on my hand, so then I'm gonna let it dry.
Okay. And that protects the piece for...
Yes,
Okay,
and then
cool.
it's gonna get...
Another secret. We love our secrets, don't we? Now, I have a little something to tell you. There's a gentleman and his wife on the East Coast, and they've been watching the demos. And they're just so excited about what they're seeing. And they've been purchasing several pieces, and they've called in right away to purchase a piece of yours, a wedding vase. And the thing that's so interesting, he had a blood drive scheduled for today, but he started watching your demo, and he kind of like canceled his appointment because he wanted to see it firsthand. So, I mean, hats off, I think. It just tells you that something really good is happening in this gallery, and there's the people out there that are watching, learning, and hearing about what's going on in the art market world. And it's not like it was 12 months ago.
Yes.
I mean, it's got to be horrible, and they're not... All the shows have been pretty much canceled, as far as I know.
Yes, all of them.
And I don't think the Pueblos are open.
Yeah, the Pueblos are all closed. They were closed for the Saints' feast days.
Really?
Yeah, all of them.
That's a big deal.
It is a big deal.
There's nothing better than going to Jemez for one of your feast days.
Yes.
And what's that famous thing they make?
The enchilada.
I'm sorry.
Famous enchilada.
Yep, the Jemez enchilada.
Everyone asks us for those.
Oh.
I don't know why they became a big deal because
there's nothing like them.
When we would make them in the household, you know, when I was a kid, we would eat them and, you know. But now, that's what people want when they come to Jemez is the enchiladas.
Nobody makes it like the Jemez people. So anyway, so they're closed during feast days.
Yes,
oh my
everyone.
Gosh.
Nobody has
that just
had
tells
a
you how
feast
bad
day.
it is, what's going on.
Yes.
So, but the best thing is people are watching these virtual demos, and they're not only learning what goes into making a piece, but I think we're learning a little bit about behind the scenes and other things.
Yes.
I'll never forget going to Jemez. About 2 or 3 years ago, somebody put the word out, free food. Somehow it got out on the internet or something, and it was virtually impossible to get into Jemez that day. The traffic was miles long. There's nowhere to park for all these people. But it is amazing, the word free food just brought them out of the woodwork.
Free food does.
Oh my God. And we had a wonderful deal there. Okay, so now you're done with that. Now what's going on next?
Yeah, I'm just waiting for it to dry.
I've noticed it's cleaned up a little bit.
It's turning white.
Okay, white, yeah.
Yeah, so after a little bit more, and then I'll start to polish it again.
Okay. Same stone?
Yes.
Okay.
The same stones. I'm putting water on it now because I'm wearing my mask.
Okay.
And usually what I do is when I'm polishing, I'll lick it.
Yeah, oh good.
And I'll lick it and then I'll get the excess stuff off.
Yep.
So it won't scratch the pot.
I hear
the same pot. So it was hard for me and I'm like, what should I do? So I just put water on this paper towel. So
well, it works.
Yes, it works. So now I'm gonna go ahead and I'll just start on
Now, is
this.
this the final polish?
Yes, this is the final polish. But I'll do it like maybe 2 times for the whole pot, not just one.
Okay. And for people that are just tuning in, how many coats of slip do you use?
I used 6.
6, okay. And I loved it when I was watching your hands and the brush and you were talking to Andrea. So your eyes were over here and the hands just knew exactly what to do.
Yeah, I think it's automatic by now.
Okay, now that you're working with this piece and it's been going over in your hand 6 times plus the polishing, is the design starting to formulate in your head where our first cut's gonna be? Is that automatic?
Not now, earlier when I was making it, like
When you were
maybe
making it, you
Yes.
knew what was gonna happen.
a week ago.
Oh my gosh. I hope we get to see some of the carving. And what do you use when you start working with the carving?
I use a sewing needle.
Oh my gosh.
It's a sewing needle that I break off and put it in a X-Acto blade holder.
Yeah.
So that's what I use to start doing my designs.
Okay, now we're starting to see the polish up here.
Yes. See
Isn't that
how?
beautiful? And all markets have dried up for you, as far as sales go, correct?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Yes. That's all of them, I think. Even the one that they did that memorial show in Jemez,
Yeah,
that wasn't done.
okay.
That usually is in May.
And with the feast day, was there any activity going on at the Pueblo at all?
There was none, but in the households,
You observed it there?
we just made our food, what we usually make for feast, just for the household.
Okay.
So it wasn't like batches and batches of food that we do. It was just food that just for the family.
The family.
Yes.
Extended family, or is it just your immediate household?
Just the immediate family that was in the house.
Okay.
I think everybody had their own version of feast food. So everybody had their own small feast. And millions of enchiladas throughout Jemez that day, I think. That you all missed, no?
I'm just thinking, I don't know about anybody like Eric, Derek, or Andrea, but boy, there's nothing better.
So I finished the first one, then I'm gonna go ahead and finish it off.
The shape is so classic on that piece.
And how hard are you pressing, Wilma?
I'm pressing pretty hard now. Can you see it from when I started? That's what I was telling Ms. Fisher, that it's gonna see my grip too. You can see the grip, and it's hard when you're doing big pieces
Oh yeah.
to
Because you use that same shape, and I've seen you do a 12-inch using the same shape.
Oh yes.
Small on the bottom, and then shoulder, and then go in. About a 12-inch size. Now that must be a little bit harder to handle.
Yes.
And are you actively producing, even though the markets are the way they are?
Yes.
You're staying ahead.
I'm
of the
trying. Yeah, I'm trying to just keep doing a piece, at least.
Now, with the beautiful red rock up in Jemez that we see all over the Pueblo, is it hard to find your clay vein, or is it easy, close to hand?
No, it's not right at hand. I think we don't go. There's the guy there's a guy that gets the slip. and he says he has to crawl in there to get it.
Oh my God.
And I don't think I want to crawl in and get it.
I don't think so. I couldn't do it. We were talking, one of the artists was talking about it, and there's the snake situation.
Oh,
No way.
oh yeah. Then but I've heard that when they go get the slip, they have to crawl in there.
So that's a different area.
That's a different, way
Ooh.
different area than where you see the red rocks.
No way. Gosh, the shine on that is just blooming. Now, does the piece is getting warmer as you're working on it too, isn't it?
Mhm.
The
Yes.
friction.
Yes, it is.
Beautiful.
So Wilma, is your favorite part about making a pot polishing or the design work or the coiling?
I think making it.
Really?
Yeah, because
I watched it. It looked like your hands just put it together when you started this morning.
I think when I'm making a pot, every aspect of it, and then I just know, like, just looking at the pot, that even this one that I made this morning,
Mm-hmm.
the design and how it's gonna turn out or how I want it to
Right.
look, it's just there, like, in my mind, I guess.
It's in your hands too,
Yeah,
isn't it?
yeah.
Okay, what about the wedding base? Now that must be the real hard one to put together.
Yeah, it's not, the wedding base isn't, like how I did this, like a few hours, or that's maybe like 2 days.
Really?
Yes. Oh,
And then the drying process has to be really
Really slow.
regulated, doesn't it? Because of the handle?
Yes.
I mean, the handle, isn't that the piece that's gonna, if anything's gonna break when you're putting one together, isn't it the handle with the shrinkage and stuff?
yes, yes.
Yeah, the wedding base is so complicated.
So about how much longer is it going to take you to polish this piece?
This one, I'm almost done. I just have,
Wonderful, because what we're going to do is we're going to set up Aaron by the pieces and see what he does in the pieces, and that way you can get a bite to eat.
okay.
Oh, that's beautiful. I just love how your hands are, oh, they're doing it all, it looks like. Beautiful.
So see, this is done.
Now, is it okay for people to touch it at that stage? Or is it
Not
the
at-
oil our oil on our hands is bad, isn't
Not at this stage, because oil or water, it tends to take off the polish.
it? Right.
So that's when I'm really careful with it, and I'll set it out while I'm sitting, like at my table or wherever I'm at, and then I'll just let it sit there for a while, and then I'll put it away
Okay.
to where, like, if the little ones, so they don't get to it,
Beautiful.
or somebody opens a drink near it where,
Mhm.
the spot, might catch a spot on the pot. So this is a finished one now.
Now, at home, is your workspace small like this and is neat?
Huh?
At home.
Oh, no.
I mean, everything when you come here, it's always such a neat area to work in.
So I always have something. But I forgot my apron today.
Oh, I'm liking how you're improvising. Maybe we should get an orange shot before we leave. You and I, both an orange.
Like this?
Yeah, right. Thank God you
Okay.
brought it.
So what I do after she does all the designs, all the stuff that she does over here, mainly I start from here all the time, because these are the hardest. The stars shape, those are the ones I pick up, all of them.
So Wilma she has made the star shape at this point, and you're just basically the
Basically, I'm the
helper.
the helper, the finish. And all these designs, you know, they were both sides. The lines that she did right here, the Kiva designs, they were on both sides. So what I do is, to make it the design to show, I'll take out one side and leave the other. Excuse me. And that's what I do is, I'll leave out one. Okay. Sorry.
no problem. That's all.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's what I basically do, is just help her out with, you know.
So when you get a pot from Wilma, what has she done for you? Has she made all of these nice these little details?
Mm-hmm. She had done everything, and she'll tell me, you know, I got one pot ready for you now, and that I already know, you know, and I'll get my tools, my tool, and I'll start out wherever I wanna do. But I usually start with these, because this one takes forever. You know.
And so about how long would you take on like a piece like this?
Like this?
Yeah, the whole thing.
About an hour to 2 hours. And sometimes I don't, you know, if I have something to do, I'll just leave it, you know, and do maybe like one side or two, you know. And sometimes, like on a show where we're gonna go somewhere, I usually stay up like all night. Or even a big piece, you know, when she does a big piece, if she's got millions of these on there, I'll do like half of it, and she'll do half of it.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah. But if I have to go to work, you know, the next day, I'll tell her, you know, I'm done with my, you know, and she'll tell me, okay, go to bed now. So I'll try to finish it tomorrow. If I don't, you know, it'll still be here for you tomorrow when they get back home. So that's what I do, is I'll do some of it to a point where my eyes are getting crossed, you know, and then I'll leave it. You tend to, you know, your hands tends to sweat a lot, you know, doing, you know, but you have to keep it with a towel like this, and the towel is hard to maneuver around. You have to move your body, your whole body, or put it on the table and sit there like this. And that's what I do. I help her out with these, you know, take out these, and she makes sure, and after I do all this, she'll go over it again just to make sure, you know, I didn't scratch a paddle, or I didn't, fall asleep at the time when I'm doing this or something.
So what happens when you miss a spot?
I miss a spot. That's what I mean. If I miss a spot, she'll tell me right away. Or if she miss a spot, I'll see it right away. It works both, together. If I miss a spot, she'll see it. And if she misses a spot, I'll see it. And I'll tell her, oh, you forgot this, honey. So I'll do that. And, oh, I didn't know. And then if she has a spot where it needs to be worked out, or she'll leave, sometimes she won't do a design somewhere where she forgot, and she'll start here, and she'll leave out this, and I'll ask her, what happened over here? Oh, I forgot to do that. Then she'll do it again.
And so you said that the diamonds are the hardest spot to do. What is the easiest design to do?
The easiest design to do is these ones, the bigger ones, because you already know, and these ones too, like right here. But these ones they're really like, if you just tend to look at it like, like this for 2 hours or so, your vision is like, am I doing it right? Or
do you ever cover some of the piece so that you don't get that fuzzy vision? I know some artists cover a good chunk of the piece so that they
just work on one.
So they only work on a small
spot.
area at a time.
No, I really don't. I like to. I'll see what I'll do is I'll start like here and work about halfway up, and then I'll and then I'll work. I don't just work on one spot. I usually move around, that way my vision won't go crazy like that, and I'll start here and I'll do this, and then I'll turn it around and maybe do this one side, or maybe start here, just so my eyes will get off this one for a while.
And how long have you been helping Wilma do this?
Well, I've been helping her ever since we were just together, girlfriend, boyfriend. And the first time she brought me up here was one of her shows, and I, and it was, I was so amazed that people just, a lot of people already knew her work, and she really got, pretty well known, and now she's pretty well known now. And
so, quick question for you: how long when you were dating, before she put you to work?
Maybe a year or two, because she was already doing that, doing what she was doing, and at the time I wasn't really working. I was doing a lot of odd jobs, and they don't pay off. So she would do this, and when I get off my work, I'll help her. When I went to her parents' place, I'll sit in her room and do this, and then that's how I kind of started. And then my mom was a potter too herself, and we paint.
Okay.
And my mom was, and a lot of these designs that she has on here, my mom almost had the same designs too, and I kind of, when I look at a pot like what she's doing, I give her ideas too, How about that design, babe? That or the feather, or turn it this way or turn it that way, I give her a lot of,
Well, do you do painting, or do you do any other sort of designs, or any other kind of artwork?
I do, you know, I do artwork, but I don't really do it, you know, to sell, you know. I just do it for my own or for my nephews or somebody, you know. I used to when I was in high school.
Mm-hmm.
I did a lot of art, and there was a man that taught us how to paint us when I was going down to grade school in Jemez. We had a day school,
Mm-hmm.
and those two people were artists. Well, the man was an artist. And, she did a lot. He did a lot of artwork, and they taught us a lot of artwork with drawing and painting.
Do you guys keep sketchbooks of all the different designs that you guys do, or does it just come right out of your head?
It just comes right out of her head, you know. She already knows what she's gonna put, and I just leave her alone, you know. I just leave her alone, and when I come back from somewhere, she'll say, "Look, babe, this is what I was thinking about." And I say, "Oh, cool," you know.
Well, that's really quite wonderful. And are there other pieces, or are there other sections of design that you actually enjoy doing the most? What about the new design that she's been doing? Do you help her on any of that?
I really haven't helped her anything on that one. These ones,
Yeah, those ones.
yeah, those ones, and the other one right here. I haven't really helped her on those ones. But all the ones that she did before, like these ones, the daisy designs, the one with the daisies. I do all that, and the other stuff is.
And what do you do besides making pots? What's your normal job?
I'm a landscaper. I do concrete. I do landscape, and I farm.
What do you grow?
I grow chili, corn, watermelons, melons, tomatoes, and all kinds of vegetables.
Well, now you're making me hungry.
Yeah.
So, of these pieces, the ones that you watch Wilma do, what's the one where it kind of just comes from nothing? Is where the design just kind of appears from the blank canvas? Or does she do one side at a time, or does she kind of do like an overall general idea of the design, or how does that work?
She just does.
Mm-hmm. Does she take like one quarter or one quadrant and just do that really well? Or does she kind of move into the different designs?
She just does, like, how this is like in two?
Yep.
Then it came out to one. And this one came out to two, and it came out to one, and it's just.
And I really like this section right in here where there's the kiva step in with the feather.
Yeah.
And that's something new that I haven't seen before. Do you ever help with design suggestions, or is she in charge and you're just the concrete laborer, so to speak?
No, she. Well, I give her my opinion too. And when I think about some of the pottery she did already. What about that design that you put on? Like on the other wedding vase, or.
So, which is good news, we just sold that guy. So let's put another guy up here on the turntable. And so the shapes that she does, these are kind of bowl shapes down here. These are obviously wedding vases here, representing two people coming together as one. Did these kind of shapes here have any meaning that you're aware of? A no is perfectly fine.
I can't really You know, I seen them all. You know, I seen them the way she shapes her. You know, her pottery. You know, and I think it's just they just come out. You know,
Mm-hmm.
the way her hand works. You know, or the way her mind works. You know,
Well,
they all aren't the same shape. You know what I mean? These are all different.
mm-hmm.
Those two look the same, but this has got a bigger round than that one.
Yeah,
That
and a
one's
flatter top as well.
yeah.
You know, it always comes out different because they're handmade.
Mm-hmm.
And one of my favorite parts about Wilma's pieces is the fact that the wedding vases that she has really nice straight spouts. I know some families do it with them nice and wide, but I really like the way of the tall but elegant wedding vases. So, you know, I got to really commend Wilma on how she does that.
I know, yeah.
She does a great job. And on that cheery note, I am going to move the camera over back to Andrea. So hold on, everybody. It's going to be a little rough for a moment. And so now we're back live with Andrea, and maybe Andrea will talk a little bit with Jemez Pueblo or maybe something else.
Yeah, well, you know, I'm just going to reiterate the fact that we are grateful for everyone out there who's purchasing pieces from the potters, because our main purpose is to give them a source of income, the income that they've lost completely from Indian market. You know, you look at Santa Fe now and the streets are empty and the parking, I mean, you can get a parking spot right outside our front door. Usually those parking spots are filled somewhere between June and October. And it seems like there's a car there all the time. And now the streets are empty and there are very few people walking around on the streets. It's really it's very, very strange being here. And we are still closed. We've been closed since the middle of March, but we're open for appointments, but right now only on Mondays, because Tuesday through Saturday, we are filming here in the gallery, and I mean, you can even hear our dogs walking around, and you know, and we want to keep it really rather informal because I think the potters feel more comfortable, and I know that these sessions are extremely long, but you have to remember that making pottery is an extremely long time business. I mean, the amount of labor that goes into a pot is just truly, truly unbelievable. Now, we've been doing this. This is number 6 in the series of...
7.
Whoops, it's number 7 in the series of 20. So we have 13 more to go. Oh, how does that saying go? If the God willing and if the creek don't dry, but we are having some really wonderful potters coming up, one right after the other, who have all lost their opportunity to have a marketplace for their work. And again, thank you for purchasing the pieces from Wilma. I know that life will be a little happier around her house when that happens. But we are going to be doing a couple people coming up. Tomorrow is really interesting. Tomorrow is mother and son. And that's an unusual combination in the Pueblo world, because traditionally pottery making has been women's work. And Sandra Victorino's son Cletus is a very accomplished potter in his own right. And I have here an example of Sandra's work, and if Derek could go grab me another one, that would be just great, and it will give you an idea of what Sandra does. And we have some of her pieces here now, and you'll see some of them on tomorrow. A lot of new ones tomorrow because they've been making it just for this occasion. But Here's a similar feeling in the design, but a completely different shape. And let me just take one more. And here is yet another slightly different shape, but that same sort of feeling. I mean, you can recognize Sandra's pots anywhere by this black and white and polychrome designs that she does. And we will have some of Cletus's pieces as well. On Friday is something extremely different. This is the only day we're going to do a Zoom of a potter. Our featured potter this year, Richard Zane Smith, who is a remarkable potter. He's a member of the Wyandotte tribe, and the Wyandottes live in the northeast corner of Oklahoma. And he does coiled pots like everybody else, and he makes his coils as fine as any spaghetti that you have you've ever seen, because he rolls his coils so thick. And all of these individual bands that you see are coils, and he stains the coils after he fires them. I mean, they're exquisitely done. Some of his larger pieces contain hundreds of coils. Coils where he is able to look at the person that he's talking to, use his left hand to sort of talk with his hand, and his right hand is rolling out a coil that's, like I said, as thin as a piece of spaghetti. And it goes from a little ball that's sort of the size of a golf ball and becomes 4 feet long and is perfectly even all the way down the line, not broken, not cracked. I mean, it's just truly amazing to watch him work. We're going to be doing his conversation and demonstration and sale through Zoom only because of the pandemic, health issues, and the fact that our governor wants people coming in from out of state to self-quarantine for 2 weeks. And so that was not reasonable for him to do that. And so Friday you'll be able to see what he does through Zoom and be able to see his wonderful pieces that we have here. He never ships his pieces to us. His wife Carol drives them all the way from the far northeastern corner of Oklahoma to New Mexico, because for the thousands of hours that he puts in to his pieces, she just doesn't trust shipping companies, but we do, because we are professional shippers here. We do all of our shipping in-house, and it's a rare occasion that anything comes broken, and it's usually something that some horrendous thing that UPS has done to the package. But if that happens once a year, we consider that a major tragedy, even though we send out so many boxes during the year. If you haven't seen any of the other demonstrations that we've done, they are all on YouTube. And if you go to YouTube and then search for Andrea Fisher Fine Pottery, you'll be able to see the other 6 demonstrations that have gone on here. Also on our website is a schedule of the remaining people, because I'm not going to go person by person. I'm just going to give you an update for the next day or two. And I have a couple more of Richard's small pieces. Here's another one. And remember, every color change you see in there is a new coil. A coil where he starts the design on the bottom. You can see all the little tiny coils where they are on the bottom surface of the pot. And then the first one he makes with the scallops, and he continues on with the scallops. But then the scallops form patterns unto themselves. They're not even all the way around, but the coloration is so lovely. and so wonderful, and you can get a nice view of how beautifully these pieces are made and how different the bottom is from the top. And then the last one, where the coils are stacked evenly, but the design that is stained onto the surface was rather geometric and wonderful, almost three-dimensional. And we have almost three-dimensional cutout pots that he does, and ones where he has handles that are made from the roots of the exposed trees down by the river where he lives. He cuts the exposed roots off and then polishes them and works the wood until they are just absolutely gorgeous, and then uses them as handles on his pots. Now, if you're interested in any of the pieces by the potters that we've had in the doing these demonstrations and conversations in this week and last week as well, you can just go to our website, go to the home page, click on artist, and then search for their name, because they're very, very simple to find. And then we have descriptions and sizes and prices and a nice photograph, in fact many photographs of the pieces, and in most cases a bio of the artist as well. And the ones that you will encounter first are the most expensive ones. They start with the higher priced ones and go in descending order as you scroll down to the ones that are that are priced the least amount. And as they would say in the shopping network, we have operators standing by. Amy and Erica and Al, who you met earlier, they're there to help you answer any questions about anything that has to do with American Indian pottery. In the meantime, we have Paula, who is setting up, oh gosh, I did it again. I can't believe it. Paula and Wilma could be twin sisters. I mean, it's really, really amazing. And if you take a look at because Paula was here on, she was here on Friday. She was here on Friday. And if you look back at the other videos on YouTube, you will A, see the resemblance, and B, see that a fun sort of personality. But I think that Wilma is ready to begin the process of showing you how she does that incredible sgraffito work. And maybe she can, describe some of her tools and how she begins and show you nice and up close how it all comes about. Well, you ready to go?
Yes, I am.
Good. Hey, how's that pot coming that you made earlier? Is it drying?
Yeah, it's setting.
Yeah?
Yes. So
Do you have to do anything to it
No?
before you just let it dry completely and then sand it?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so what tools do we have there?
I have so many different tools, but the most important ones that I use are these ones. This is a needle that I break off, a sewing needle, and I put it here in the X-Acto blade holder. So it's a sewing needle. I break it off in half. So I put it in here.
So do you use the pointy end or the
Yes,
the pointy end?
the point, yes, the sharp end of it. So this is what I use to etch out my pottery, and I use this one to do the straight edging on the pots. And then I also have this one, which I use just to start off with. And then all the other tools I use for different sizes of different sizes of for the designs. I use the X-Acto blades to do my straight edging, and that's what I have in the box here. So I'm gonna go ahead and start with my.
So before you begin, Wilma, I have a question coming from the internet from Charles Ward. If Wilma or Aaron, if they're related to Deloria Tosa.
Dorella.
Yep.
That's his cousin.
That's my cousin.
Dorella Tosa is Aaron's cousin.
And is it your mom or dad?
My dad.
Through your dad, and your dad's brother, sister, niece,
My dad's
nephew?
uncle's
Yeah,
daughter.
niece.
Niece.
Oh. Yeah, that's his
Yeah.
niece.
Okay, let's do your dad's niece.
Mm-hmm.
So it's his brother or sister's child?
Brother.
Brother.
Yeah, brother.
So your dad's brother's child, your cousin,
Dorella.
is Dorella.
Yes.
Well, good. That answered that question pretty easily. Is there any special reason? Is Dorella?
She's also a potter.
She's
sells
a potter?
Yeah.
Yeah, she comes out here on the porch to sell. She's one of the potters that comes out here on the porch to sell.
Yeah, well, at the Palace of the Governors, which is the oldest government building in this country,
Yes.
which is on the Santa Fe Plaza, that's where the governor of the territory of New Mexico lived and did all of his work. It has a big, huge portal in the front, and every day and that government building has become a museum, and it is sort of in the same condition, the interior condition, and the displays are like what the last governor that lived in that mansion, but it looked like in the old days. And because it's a museum, they have the portal in front that is filled with Native Americans selling their wares, and they are an extension of the museum. And if you come to Santa Fe, you can rest assured that everybody that is under that portal makes authentic, traditional Native American crafts, because they're an extension of the museum, and they are vetted by the museum to make sure that that is possible. Okay,
Yes.
so what you doing, Missy?
So I'm just I just started my design. Usually I'll start on the top and then go down and do my
So do you
swirl.
draw anything on?
No, I don't
No.
draw anything on. I just do maybe like points, different points where I need to have like different stuff.
So you eyeball it?
Yeah, I eyeball and everything.
And so, how difficult is it when you are doing a pattern like that, when you're on a curved surface, and if the curve goes out, your design has to expand, and if the curve goes in, your design has to shrink.
Yeah.
How do you allow for that? I mean,
From here, like here it's the curved surface right here. And then what I do is I just make sure that I'm centered somewhere with my finger. And I'll just go down and I'll just move the pot to where I need to go.
So you're sort of roughing in the design right now.
Yes, I'm kind of just roughing. See, that makes that curve that I usually use on the pots. So that's one side, and then I'll go ahead and do the other side.
Now, you're taking slip off the surface
Yes.
to expose the color
The
of
color
the
of
clay
the-
that's underneath.
Yes.
Do you like the clay that you scraped off the canvas, or the dust that you accumulated from the sanding? Do you save the slip that comes off?
No, because it'll just be in like pieces, and then I'll just either take it back outside and give it up, or but I don't save the.
You don't save the slip at all?
No, because it's just little bits of pieces, and then it's gonna be mixed with the clay.
Well, do you feel uncomfortable doing the sgraffito part and talking at me? Would you feel better if I kept quiet and
No,
you just
no, go ahead.
Okay.
I'm fine.
Okay, because
I'm
I want to. This is really, for me, this is the exciting part. Because lots of people make pots, but it's a rare bird that can make a pot that can decorate a pot like you do. Where did you learn how to do that?
I just taught myself how to pinpoint everything and just go with the flow.
Go with the flow.
Yeah, I never did any stencils, or not even. I don't even know how to draw a bird or anything.
Yeah.
Other than, because my niece, it's natural to them to be drawing. And that's one thing that I wanted them to do, because they're so natural at being so creative, that maybe if they start doing something like that, they can draw on the pot. They can just sit there and put a paper in front of them, and they'll just start drawing whatever that comes to their mind. So I thought that would be a great idea if they learn how to do some pottery, that they could use that as part of their art.
Well, it's ironic, because yesterday we had Amanda Lucario from Acoma Pueblo, and she does these incredibly intricate geometric designs, and she said she couldn't draw the outline of a fish if her life depended on it. She's tried a few times, and she said they just look like blobs. And but she does this intricate painting like you wouldn't believe. And here you are doing this really intricate design work and sgraffito work, and claim you don't know how to draw anything. I mean, you're drawing right now.
Yeah, I can like with the paintbrush, I'm really bad. I can't work with a paintbrush. I kind of started out when my mom showed me how to do a wedding vase. I was trying to get to see, I guess, what I can do with the pottery. And I started with the paintbrush, but I never really got into using a paintbrush. So.
Well, it looks to me like you put that, you painted that slip on with a brush like a real pro.
He knows how to do a lot of outlines. Aaron, he can do outlines, but me, I can't do outlines.
So does Aaron pick up on, will Aaron do some of the work on this pot?
He'll do the etching, the taking out of what I don't need in there.
Oh, so you draw the designs on?
Yes.
And then he doesn't fill in the spaces, but removes the spaces?
Yes, remove the spaces. He'll remove the spaces on this.
And so how long do you think it might take you to finish that pot?
This one. What do you mean, like the whole thing? With
Yeah.
with
The whole thing.
it'll take me maybe maybe an hour or
An hour? That's all?
I don't know. We'll see now.
We'll see how it's run. But if the sun starts going down, I think we're gonna conclude for
Yes.
the day, no matter how far,
Yes,
much more you have
how
to
far
go.
we got.
Yeah.
It's easier if I mean, when I'm doing the design, it's there already. I just need to finish it and just keep working on it, and I know where it's gonna.
So they're
Do-
already in your head.
Mhm.
Yeah, it was really interesting. A long time ago, we had a demonstration by Randina Huma, who's from Hopi. And she was so funny because she painted and did all these tiny little shard designs on her pieces of pottery. And she was very quiet and was a person of very, very few words. And if I asked her a question, I got a 3-word answer, and that was it, believe me. And one of the questions I asked her is, where did she get her designs? And she said, I copy them. Okay. I mean, and then I got up the nerve to ask her another question, and I said, Rondina, where do you copy your designs from? And she said, from my head. And I guess the pot maybe helps you decide what kind of designs it wants to have on it, and plants that seed in your head.
Yeah.
And then you're merely the laborer who brings them, to fruition so that you can see them. So what are you doing now? It looks like you're stabbing the pot a little with that needle.
Yeah, I'm making lines.
Uh-huh.
So something can go on here. The design can go on there. So what it's gonna be is
So Wilma, when you're done with that piece, if you don't mind bringing it back to us, we have somebody who would love to buy it from.
This one?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But we don't want it in that condition, because if we send them the piece, they'll wind up with a bunch of crumbs. We have to fire it first. And speaking of firing, where do you do your firing?
I do a kiln fire right now.
Mm-hmm.
But I do want to learn how to do outside fire. When I was a kid, I used to see my grandma do outside firing, but I really never learned how to, I guess, test the fire or to see what I really need to do to fire outside. So I've never fired any of my pieces outside, but I would like to learn.
Well, you have a good teacher teach you, because Thomas Tenorio was here exactly a week ago, and he was completely self-taught. He was so funny because no one taught him how to fire. So the first firing he decided he was going to do it in an Orno. And an Orno is one of those beehive ovens that are outside that people bake bread in. And he couldn't get it going, and he couldn't get it going, and he couldn't get it going. So he used lighter fluid.
Oh no!
Oh no! And when he lit it, he blew the top of the oven off. Well, the next time he tried firing, he set himself on fire.
Oh no!
He said he smelled something funny, and it was his shirt that was burning, and he even showed us the scar he had on his arm. because his the fire, well, the shirt burned a little and burned his skin a little too. And, you know, now he can laugh about it, but it was a horrible, horrible experience. But it said it took him 14 years to perfect, and he doesn't feel as though he's perfect yet, but 14 years to perfect the technique.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
See, I saw my grandma did the outside firing, but I really never paid attention, I guess. And when she fired her pots, is when like she would get it ready, sand it, do the bottom to where it can stand, and then she would use this white slip, put it on, and then fire it like that, and then design it after it's fired and paint it. But some, I know there were natural paint, but the ones she did that to, they were acrylic.
Oh,
So-
and they would just burn away.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so I really never paid attention to how much wood I would need, and how long the pottery should be in there.
Yeah, and that you don't get too close like Thomas did. And you don't use any lighter fluid. But they're only wood fired at Jemez? You don't use any cow pies or horse manure or anything
No,
at all?
just wood fire.
Just wood. Is that because there's, you know, not really pasture land like there is at so many of the other, in the other pueblos? So, you know, you don't have cows that are producing fuel?
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Because the ones that I saw, the cooking pots, I guess they were black like that because the cooking.
Yeah, because they're in the fire all the
Yeah,
time.
there's
Yeah.
fire all the time.
Uh-huh.
And then, but other than that, I only saw like the natural look
The
of
natural
them.
colors.
And then this
Uh-huh.
now with the polish and stuff.
Well, you know, you're in the mountains, so your wood supply is pretty convenient. But when you're living down by the river and it's more open space, the cow pies are more convenient.
Mm-hmm.
And you need those cow pies if you're going to do the black pottery, because the black pottery is not black clay or black glaze, because there's no glaze on anything in here. You saw how Wilma got the shine on this pot. She just polished it with those river stones over and over and over again. And but with the black pots, it's a reduction firing, which means you reduce the amount of oxygen. You do not permit the oxygen to come into the firing, and the only way this fire stays lit is that, and it needs oxygen, it sucks it out of the clay body.
Uh-huh.
And because of the chemical content of the local clay, the pots turn black. And they're black through and through. It's not as though it's just, you know, a smoky stain or something that's applied to the surface, but that chemically the pots are changed when that reduction firing takes place. And if you've ever heard of stoneware for a lot of clays will turn sort of a milky chocolate brown. And that it started out as a white clay and then turns sort of a milky chocolate brown with the reduction firing. But in this particular case, the chemical content, what kind of clay we have here in New Mexico, whenever there's a reduction firing, the pots turn black. And
Oh, yeah.
San Ildefonso and Santa Clara are pretty much the two pueblos that do black pottery. San Juan, or Wingay, same place. They're in Santo Domingo some of the early days did some black firing, but you know, sometimes it might have been an accident. If, you know, whoever was in charge of getting the wood didn't do it, and you know the kids needed a new pair of shoes, and you had to fire the pots right away so you could sell them and buy the kids some shoes. You would use whatever around you, whatever would burn, and you know Marie Martinez at San Ildefonso Pueblo has been given the credit for discovering black pottery, but that's not true, because black pottery was done in prehistoric times. You can see lots of black pottery shards around.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what she did is she raised the pottery making from a craft to an art. And Maria, along with her husband Julian, really made beautiful, beautiful objects. And as a result, the black pottery became incredibly popular. And the only thing that's different is the firing process. So all the way up to the firing process, the pots are made the same way. And like at Santa Clara, San Ildefonso, they fire with wood sometimes and wind up with red pots. But the most popular way to fire and the most popular pottery that they sell are the black pots, because Santa Clara and San Ildefonso are the ones who actually do that. So what are you up to now? Are you still making lines?
Yes, no, I'm making the designs now.
Uh-huh.
See, the designs are
The
in
camera
there.
that sees the pots are over your left, is over your
Okay.
left shoulder. If you look sort of up to the left.
Put it where you were working.
Oh, right here?
Yeah.
Yeah, right where you were working.
Oh,
Then
okay.
everybody, the whole world can see it. The only person who can't see it is me. And I am sort of too far away anyway, but are you doing that sort of all over pattern, or are you doing something a little different?
Yeah, I'm doing the pattern that repeats.
Now, do you call them snowflakes or daisies, or do you have a name for that pattern?
I usually call them daisies, but some of the people, they see stars.
Stars.
Yeah, so stars or daisies.
Do you prefer stars?
I prefer daisies.
You prefer, okay, then we prefer daisies too. And we can tell our customers that they are
Daisies.
daisy designs.
So how many needles do you go through?
Usually I'll do one and then I'll change the needle, the one pot. But then I don't just use this one, I use both of these. So there's two of them that I use that, like if I'm just putting the lines, I like using this one.
Is the second one you using any thicker, or is?
No, they're both have the same needles on, but the needles that I like to use is a number 10 needles. But I haven't found any, or haven't gone anywhere. But these are a little bit thicker, the needles.
Mm-hmm.
These are a little bit thicker, but on number 10s they're thin.
Mm-hmm.
So they're much easier to handle. If you want like smaller, like what do you call precise precision, you know. I like the number 10s.
Do they sort of wear out after a while?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And if you use one needle on a pot, can you tell on the pot where you've used the sharper needle and where you've used the needle
No.
as it dulls?
No.
No. Okay. So, the pandemic's been going on. And so before the pandemic started and after the pandemic ends, what did you do and what will you do for fun?
I'm not sure. Guess there's so many things that you would like to do, but for us, I'm not sure what we really want to do right now. But right now we're building a house too. So
You're building a house?
yeah.
Wow.
So
Now,
he's busy with that.
How does that work? I mean, because Jemez Pueblo is it communally owned, or do you buy a little patch of dirt where you put your house, or I mean, what are the mechanics of that?
He has land to where we can build it.
And so how did you get that land?
It's a little, it's not a little, it's like a 20 by 30 something. And there was a house there at one time. So,
Did the house belong to your family?
no, it belonged to this people from Texas. You know, they're from Jemez. They live in, the lady that owns that little spot lived in Texas all her life. She married down there and she never came home.
So she was originally from
Jemez.
the village.
Uh-huh. And then one day when she came home, she wanted to trade part of this other land that we have, this other property, half of that spot. Because our house, the remaining of the house that I grew up in is still there. On this side, there was no house anymore. So they gave up on that spot there. And we kind of just went like, okay, well, I'll sign papers for this place, and you sign papers for the other place you're going to be.
So you traded?
We traded now. So we can't sell our properties.
So I couldn't come in, or even someone from Jemez Pueblo.
Yeah,
You can trade.
Yeah, we can trade.
But you can't sell.
You can't sell because it's federal land. So, and then when that happened, this other side of the place that my house is connected to is the man's meeting hall. That's where we practice our songs and stuff, and it's a big place.
So you share a common wall?
And then and so they wanted to extend the man's club a little further this way. So we gave them half of that property that we had owned for that, and they
so
gave us they traded us for another piece on the other side. So we have our own yard at the back of the buildings over there.
Do you have common walls? Will you have common walls with other homes in the village, like you did with the man's place?
Now that's the only common walls that we have is the man's place and our place, and the existing house that's been there forever. The house that I grew up in is over 100 years old.
Yeah. Wow.
It's a historic house and it's still standing. And I'm building just on this side for me and her.
Yeah.
So.
And you're building it yourself?
Mm-hmm.
Are you using stone or adobes? Are you making your own adobes?
No, they started adobe. They started building adobes, and that I don't know what happened to that. And they built so much that they just left them out there.
So you can just go
Yeah.
collect them?
And then now
No, we go buy them.
I'm
You go
buying
buy
them.
them, yeah.
They wanted to sell them for so much, and now nobody didn't want to buy them anymore. But those adobes are still good. Some of them are still good.
Yeah.
So all the good ones that are still there, I buy them for $1.
For $1?
Dollar.
Oh, they're so, I mean, you have to get just the right dirt and sand and straw mixture. And
They
then, yeah, that's great. You were really lucky. That's great.
yeah, they had a big thing going there for those adobes, and they made a bunch of them. And I guess they were really good standard. You know, they were good and hard, and they were almost like blocks. You know,
Yeah.
and they wanted to sell them for $2.50 a piece, and nobody didn't want to buy them, so they just left them out there, and they're just there and there.
Go back to the earth, huh?
And they just tore down the whole thing, and they took back all the machines that were there that built these other ones. But I'm buying the ones that are out there. There's still a lot of them. There's still a lot of them out there.
Wow.
Maybe for 2 more houses.
Huh. Now, is your house going to be mud plastered or is it going to be stucco?
It's I'm stacking my adobes with mud, concrete. Yeah.
So you're using concrete between the adobes and not
No mud.
no mud.
Because I think these adobes, they're a little bit, they're too sturdy, and they're kind of heavy for mud, regular mud. And if you put, the mud on top, underneath the adobe, it's just gonna
Just squeeze right out.
So I'm using cement.
Uh-huh.
That kind of like holds them down
Uh-huh.
to a point where just to a point where it's level.
Yeah. So you can only do a couple courses at a time.
Well, I can, it depends on how many adobes I have. And depends on if I want to push myself hard for that day. I can do, if I have at least over 20, I can put about close to 15, 16, 17 a day.
Wow.
But I have to mix my own mud too.
Yeah. Now, do you have a traditional stone foundation or do you have cement panels?
Cement.
Cement? Uh-huh. Great.
Yeah.
And what about the interior and exterior walls? What are you going to plaster them with?
Probably stucco.
Stucco.
Or plaster. Just plaster it because
Yeah.
it's already got cement on it.
Uh-huh.
All we need is just to straighten up the wall.
Yeah.
And I don't need to put anything.
Well, it's really funny when you put stucco over adobe. I had a neighbor who had, it was sort of like a small shed, but kind of the size of a small garage. And it was all made out of adobe bricks with mud as the plaster in between. And they put chicken wire on top of it, and then they stuccoed it. And that building was probably built maybe 40, 50 years before. And one day I came home and the whole building had sort of shifted and it looked like it was, ready to just sort of collapse. And they had to tear it down, of course. And when they did tear it down, over the years, because of the rain and because it wasn't in the interior of their house, the roof leaked and everything, all the adobe between the chicken wire had disappeared. And the only thing that was left was the chicken wire and the stucco. And the adobe on the inside had sort of dissolved and moved out the bottom, sort of crumb by crumb. And that whole building had just sort of shifted, and all the adobe had gone back to the earth. It went on a journey home. It was the strangest thing you could imagine. That the guts of the building were just washed away over
Oh my
time.
God.
So how are you doing, lady?
Good.
Yeah?
I started on the daisies.
Yeah?
I did, it's all the design, the lines that I need are on there.
Thank
Some-
you. Yeah,
some-
thank you for showing it to me.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you forget.
I keep forgetting.
Yeah, you forget that it's, the camera's focused on it. And also the part of the screen is focused on the finished pieces that Wilma has for sale that are over on the display. And you can see how much work is involved, time consuming like you wouldn't believe. But you know, in the old days when they made pottery, there were no computer screens and there was no television, and there probably weren't even electric lights. So when the sun went down, you went to sleep.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
or maybe we had a few things that you had to do, and maybe a fire lit it, or you might have had a lantern or something. But
Then
pretty
you have
much went to
story
bed.
time. Story time.
Story time, yeah. And then when the sun came up, you were up right with it. When you work, you know, how many hours a day do you think you work on pot?
Maybe about 2 and 3 in the morning, and then I'll quit for a bit, and then maybe the same in the afternoon. So maybe 6 hours.
6 hours a day?
Yeah.
Every day? Do you take days off?
Yes, I take days off.
Uh-huh. What you doing, Aaron? Oh, sounds like you're sanding.
Playing.
You're playing. Oh, can't keep away from it, huh? Now, it sounds like you have a really big garden.
I have a field.
You have a field?
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
I have a, let's see, it's about an acre and a half.
Uh-huh. Is it all planted?
It's all planted.
Whoa.
Well, not all of it. I have about a fourth of an acre that's just where I turn around and park my car,
Yeah.
and the rest is all. I have 2 rows of corn on the east side. I have 1 row of watermelons and melons, regular melons. And then I have 3 rows of chili. And then I have another row of corn.
Now, earlier you said you had corn and you had sweet corn. Is that 2 different kinds of corn?
Well, some people grow sweet corn, but it doesn't grow as good as some other places, like out on the east side, or where it's warmer, I guess, or where the ground is a little better than there in Jemez, because our ground is more like caliche, like clay,
Yeah, trying to grow things in a pot.
And the other places it's sandy, and so there's certain spots that things just grow, really good, and other spots,
Not so much.
Not so much. My spot is.
It's okay.
Yeah, it's. I think I grew a pretty good crop this year. We already had chili,
Good.
and I just threw some water on there last night before we came up this morning, so I won't have to do it when we get home. And it takes me a couple of hours to do the whole thing.
So if you have about 3/4 of an acre that's all planted with foodstuffs, when it's harvest time, what do you do with all of it? Do you
We use a
preserve it?
lot of that. We use a lot of corn, you know, for our ceremonial, and we use the corn
He
husk.
dries it.
You
We
dry it?
dry it, yeah.
Uh-huh.
I'll harvest it and I'll put it up for dry, and then I'll store it. You know, and if somebody wants corn, and she makes fasoli out of it too.
For anyone who doesn't know what fasoli is,
Yeah.
they take the dry corn, it's
Uh-huh.
rehydrated in a meat broth, usually cooked with pork, and the pork is simmered in water, and then that dry corn is thrown in, and that it rehydrates and kind of puffs up. I mean, it's really good. It's really good.
Yeah. That's,
And you know, different people flavor that broth with different things. Some people don't flavor it at all and just let the natural juices of the meat and the corn merge together, and it's really, really a tasty dish.
yeah. Mostly the people there in Jemez, that's what they did this year. After this pandemic that happened.
Well, I know around here.
Because they didn't know what to do. They didn't have, some of them lost their jobs, some of them aren't working anymore, and they had to do something for themselves, you know.
A lot of good-looking gardens in New Mexico this year.
All over, yeah.
Now, being a potter and earning your living as a potter, there's no unemployment that you're getting paid.
Yeah.
And there's no loans, small business loans that you don't have to pay back. You're sort of on your own, and that's the main reason that we're doing this, so that the potters have an opportunity to do what they normally do, which is sell their wares. When you're self-employed like that, it's you're just not eligible for all those other things.
Some of the people that haven't done pottery went back to pottery again. That were working forever for their life, and when this thing happened, they didn't have no choice but to
Either that or to plant a field.
or to plant or go back to artwork.
Yeah.
And that's the life over there now.
Yeah, well, when this is over, it's going to be a different world.
Oh yeah.
I just hope to God we don't have to wear these masks forever.
Oh.
They make me crazy.
Oh, same here. There's a lot of people that wear masks where I go to work, you know. It's Mexican people, I guess they don't believe in this stuff. And they don't wear their masks. But we do, me and my other friends, you know. And the work there, the company stresses us to wear masks. But,
Well, I saw a really interesting sort of public service announcement on television yesterday. And they showed different masks, and they just flashed one mask after the other. And some of them had flowers painted on them, and some of them had American flags, and some of them had camouflage prints, and some of them had writing on them, and some of them had, sort of, smiles, and some of them had lots of teeth. And it was just one mask after another. And at the end it said, you could tell a lot about a person by the mask that they wear. And then on the screen it said, you can tell even more about the people who don't wear them. And so, here we are all protecting each other. And our governor wants us to do this, and we're doing okay in New Mexico. We're not the best, but we're certainly not anywhere near the worst.
That's true.
Yeah.
her sister, after this happened, well, she likes to sew on it, and she taught herself how to make masks, and then she just kept doing it, and people liked her the way she made them. And she was just getting orders from the people down there, you know, in Jemez, and in Albuquerque places. Even my boss, he asked me if I could get 4 mats from my sisters. Sure. I said, how much do I have to? How much are they? I don't think she's gonna want your money. Really? Yeah. She's that kind of a person. That,
apparently on TV there were some studies that were done, and they said the ones that the professionals wear in the hospitals and the homemade masks that are a couple layers of material, they're the most effective ones. And all the ones where you can breathe in and out and all the bandanas, they're not as effective as the ones that, you know, people make at home, which is really kind of nice. And, you know, I've seen a lot of masks, and some of them are so much fun and they're so creative, but I hope the day comes when I can throw mine away. So how are we doing?
We're doing great.
Oh yeah, you're moving right along.
I'm almost.
She made me one with the Ninja Turtles.
Oh.
Yeah, and then she made me another one. She said, I made you another one. I said, okay. And then she came out with Star Wars. Yeah, so I have 2.
Ninjas and Star
Wars.
Yes.
Yeah, and then sometimes I will wear them, you know, if I have to stop somewhere or go into a store or some places.
Now, are you Luke Skywalker or are
No,
you R2-D2?
I'm not even into all that stuff.
Yeah.
Here's Chewbacca.
He's Chewbacca.
She just made me those for me.
And here we thought she was just, you know, entering her own little world of pottery making, and instead, you know, she's calling you names.
Yeah, and I got really tired of it because every morning I have to type right here, right down the bottom. Then it gets too hot, you know. When it gets too hot, you can't breathe in that stuff. So I said, I'm gonna buy one of these ones. I think they'll work too. I think. Yeah.
But, you know, we do this not only for ourselves, but we do it for other people as well.
Exactly. And it's funny because right now I was sitting here, and while I'm doing this, while I'm doing my design, what I get, like when I'm doing them, the sand that comes off, I usually blow it off. And I was sitting here like, I didn't even think about it. I was like this. So I was all like, I can't blow it. So now I'm just using this
to wipe it off.
Yeah, wipe it off.
Yeah, you can, you know, blow until the cows come home.
Yeah.
And nothing's going to happen.
I caught myself doing that because that's what I do at home. As you can see this, then I just need that off.
So you're drawing in all the daisies?
Yes.
And then Aaron takes over.
Aaron takes over. Yes.
Takes over.
And then he takes out all the middle ones, so that one square turns into a flower. Because that daisy is just in that one little square.
That's what I was doing that one day when we came for a demonstration team. And, what's his name's wife? I mean, husband took a picture of me for the Santa Fe, the Santa Fe something.
What's that paper called?
The New Mexican?
No,
it has all kinds of like style stuff in there, like art. It's an art newspaper from Santa Fe. He entered that. He entered that show. I mean the contest,
Uh-huh.
and he took a picture of Aaron doing that.
Oh, nice, nice. And it was in here. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's what's her name that worked over here. Was working here. The one from Espiola.
Celia.
Celia's husband.
Yeah. Well, you know, for people out there who remember Celia, it's now 2 years since Celia has retired. I can hardly believe that. And she lives in Mexico now.
Mexico.
She went to
She moved to
Mexico.
Mexico. And, you know, because she has to keep her American citizenship and everything, she'll come back for a little while. And then she lived in Portugal for 6 months, and now she's back in Mexico again.
Oh.
Yeah, good for her, huh? Get to see the world. And also, she loves the water. I swear that the girl has gills. But she really missed the water here. Abiquiu Lake was sort of a substitute, but not a worthy one.
Mhm.
And now she's by the ocean, and she really likes it. So, and we miss her, and everybody here misses her. Yeah.
Where was it that contest? It was just when? Was it last year?
That was last year.
Oh,
And so it must have been the year before that the person took the picture.
I think it was last year or year before.
Yeah, Arcelia did. Yeah, because it was the year before. Because she hasn't been here.
Yeah,
Yeah, she sold everything that she owns except what she could pack in her car. And she has this little scruffy little dog whose name is Fry Bread. And the two of them got in their car and off she moved to Mexico.
it wasn't Celia then because she has a husband.
She has a husband.
It wasn't Celia then. Was it Celia?
No, it was.
Because the husband took Aaron's picture. He does that
It was the
photography.
other lady. Her husband is like a photographer or something.
Huh.
And he.
There's Denise, whose husband is a photographer, but she hasn't been here that long.
and,
It was just last year, I think, or
He. I can't remember this.
remember that picture was in that paper, Derek?
Oh yeah. It's Jennifer's husband.
Oh, really? Oh, how nice.
Oh no, it was Denise. It was
It
Denise.
was Denise?
Yeah, it was
Denise?
Denise.
Well, good for him. Yeah, Denise
And
has been here a little over a year.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
he won the honorable mention with me doing
Oh,
a pot. It was.
nice,
I was
nice.
Yeah,
working on a
doing-
pot, and he took a picture of me.
Yeah.
And
But,
he faded all into black and white.
uh-huh.
And it really just
Mhm.
showed my hands and part of me like this,
Yeah,
working on it.
wow.
And he
Yeah, he is a professional photographer.
took,
Yeah, they live in Santa Fe, but out in Las Campanas, which is west of town.
yes, I know
Uh-huh.
where that is.
Yeah.
Yeah, her husband.
I remember Celia though.
Oh, how could anyone forget Celia?
And Cindy.
Yeah. Well, you know, Celia and I started working together when I was up at the Wheelwright Museum, and I needed another employee, and one of my other employees, Michelle Naranjo, who is a painter. She is Pablito Velarde's niece from Santa Clara. She went down to the Herd Show to exhibit her paintings at the Herd Show, and she called me up and she said, you know, I think I may have found someone that will come and work, and she lives here in Phoenix now, but she's planning on moving to Santa Fe. And I said, great, Michelle, I tell her to send me a resume, and, you know, we'll consider what's going on. Well, 3 days later, Michelle came back from the herd, and Celia came with her. And Celia stuck her head around the door and said, "Hi, I'm Celia. I'm the one looking for a job." And I took one look at her, these incredible blue eyes and this big smile, and you could see the sort of the joy coming out of her. And I said, "You're hired." I mean, I knew nothing about her, and she was at the museum when I left, and she and Pat and I left together to start Andrea Fisher Fine Pottery, and she stayed here until she retired 2 years ago, and that was just about 30 years we worked together.
Oh, wow, really?
So I think that was one of the smartest things I ever did, when she just flashed those eyes and that big smile and said, "Hi, I'm Celia." Oh. And when it was time to leave the museum, you usually write a letter saying it's been a wonderful experience, and I've learned so much, and I love working here, and the people are so great, and on and on and on and on. Celia's resignation letter to me was on the back of an envelope, and it said, "Dear Andrea, I quit. Love, Celia." And that was it. But yeah, we were down the street for 8 years, and then we've been here for, 19 years. Yikes.
Now she's moved on.
Yeah. Well, Erin, would you like to spend a minute or two talking about some of the pieces that you and Wilma have done? So for those people that are just tuning in, you can explain a little bit about what you do and all of that. Sort of the same routine, if you feel comfortable. And what we'll keep doing, Wilma, is keeping the camera on you.
Yes.
While you are continuing.
I'm almost done on one side.
Whoa!
I'm almost done on one side, but
You know what? They remind me of Grandma's lace curtains.
oh,
Everybody's grandma's lace curtains. It's so beautifully done.
All right, so I am over here now with Erin. And Erin, if you'd like to just grab a piece and tell me about it and do some designs and what you do and all that great stuff.
I'm talked down.
Whichever one you'd like. Sure. All right, so tell me about the designs on these guys.
Okay, this is one of my wife's design. It's kind of fairly new. She started doing it not too long ago. And when she did a sketch on the paper, and I couldn't figure it out what it was and what it was gonna do for the pottery. So she kept telling me, if you find out, what's in it, then you have a good eye for it. I said, oh, okay. So I was looking at it, and I told her, the stars, they're bigger, or what? Or what are you showing me? And she kept telling me, just look at it, just look at it. And I kept going like this. What I'm doing now is looking at it, looking at one side, and I look at the other side. So I pitched her it, what I was looking at. And I said, oh, okay. There's a flower, there's diamonds there, huh? Yeah. And they're all connected. They're not by themselves. They're connected, this is connected to that, and that one's connected to this, and it's like, oh, okay. So that then I knew what what she was telling me or asking me. So
And so, what are these designs right here?
these are the steps, the kiva steps.
And for people who don't know what they are, what are kiva steps?
Kiva steps are back in in the old days when they didn't know how to use build a ladder, or they built them with rocks or adobes, and they stack them so they can go up on top of the roof and come in from the. Those are the special stuff that we do, like when we go on top of the roof and come in from the top. And that's they have those steps there that you go up and you come down and you come back up. That's what these are. You go up, you come back down. That's how they are. The way they're just designed. They're up and they stop and they come down.
So, what is the symbol of a kiva?
A kiva, it's a place where we have a lot of our ceremonials and for our annual feast. That's where we gather all the women and people and practice our dances and dress up there, and that's where we come out from when we're gonna have the feast, when we're all dressed up. That's what we use them for, is for ceremonials, and that's the resemblance of these steps and the kivas themselves.
And on the piece that's behind that one, there is some feathers that are across the top. Are they also have those step motif in them?
That's more like a sun. The rays, the rays,
Mm-hmm.
and it's more like if you look at it from the top, and you picture it, it's the sun.
It's the sun.
Uh-huh. It's the sun that's it's just going out with the feathers. That's the feathers are the rays of the sun.
And is there a symbolism to the movement that we have here in the jar?
And it's,
And if not, that's okay.
yeah, I can't really. She can tell you more about
Well, it's her design, so.
yeah.
And then also in this one that is rotating up here, these are feathers, right?
Yes.
Are there a specific type of feather?
The ones that are there's the heck how it's
These guys right here,
yeah,
Wilma.
yeah.
Are they a specific type of feather? Specific type of feather, or eagle feathers?
They're the eagle feathers. I usually put 4 or 6. Yeah, Joe.
Yeah, so they're eagle feathers.
Mm-hmm.
And is there any piece that you really like, Aaron, that Wilma does?
I like this. The how do you call those?
So I, as a white guy, know them as a key design.
Yeah, I like that. I always liked it.
Mm-hmm.
And then I have a friend that's an archaeologist, and I've seen a lot of old pottery, and a lot of these designs that you see over here are, some of them are on the broken pieces of the pottery and those kind of designs, and that's, you know, that's.
So after you've spent all these hours on these pieces, is it hard for you to sell them, or do you want to just keep them for yourself?
We usually talk about that too, you know. You like, you know, there's a lot of our favorites, you know, like this one, you know, all the wedding vases, and I like those kind of shape, and the smaller ones.
Yeah, small these days people seem to like a lot because it seems to be that they're running out of space and it's something that you can squeeze in. So, but yeah, absolutely. And I think we're going to head back over to Wilma and see how she's doing over there. And thank you, Aaron. I really appreciate all your help. So Wilma, are you almost done with that one yet?
Yes, I've finished one side.
You were so speedy, I can't believe it. No, it seems like you have a band in that pot, that because the daisy design isn't all over. Are you going to do something different in that? Put a different design in that band?
Which band? Up here?
Yeah.
If I want to, I can put something else. But usually, I like just to leave it at least a little space where you can see the red.
Yes, and there was a gentleman who I believe a gentleman who called us and said he wished to buy that pot after it was finished.
This one?
Yes, we didn't tell him that it was going to cost $2 million because it's now world famous. It's on the World Wide Web. No, there won't be any extra charge, but let's keep that a secret, okay? I don't think that it's going to cost him $2 million.
So Wilma, do you enjoy doing this design work?
Yes, I enjoy doing all of it. It's just.
What's your favorite part of the process?
The process.
Digging the clay, right?
Yeah, digging the clay because you're outside. I think when I'm designing it and etching it out, I should show you. So when I start etching it out, I start usually on the bottom and go up. That's what gives the straight edging in the pot when I'm done with all the designing and all the stuff that I need to put in it. So when I start doing the straight edge,
Do you ever make a mistake?
yes, a lot of them.
A lot of them.
No, I try not to. It's hard to correct. It's hard to correct it if you make a mistake.
Yeah. So if someone bangs the screen door and it startles you, you just cut in the wrong place, and then what do you do?
That works better if I'm just putting designs on. Then I can put a design on somewhere. But when I'm doing this and I make a mistake, I either have to do the whole pot again or try to fix it, but it's hard to fix them.
Now, when you first started making pottery, did you do that sgraffito work?
No, I was trying to paint.
Yeah.
But I didn't like doing You know how you do the fine lines? I can't work. Yeah, outline them.
Yeah.
I don't know how to work with the brush. I mean, the smaller brush. But some people, it's just natural to them. But this is natural to me. It's the blade.
So how far into your career did you start doing this?
Maybe like a couple of years.
Uh-huh.
I started getting more into the sgraffito. The sgraffito part of it. See, this is where it's hard for me right now because, like I was saying, if I do the straight edging and take a little piece of it off, a piece of it comes off. See this right here? I need it off, and I usually just blow it off.
Oh, we must have a little yappy chihuahua outside our door.
There's some.
We have two gallery dogs, Stout and Honey, and when someone has a dog that comes right up to the door and usually barks, Honey makes sure that that other dog knows that this is her gallery. But, you know, most of the time the tails are wagging, but I guess there was a dog out there that didn't understand that she's in charge here.
So right now the straight edging is what I'm doing. And this takes time. This part of it takes time.
Well, I would think all of it takes time. Now, when you first started doing that daisy design, were the daisies bigger?
Yes.
And now they're shrinking?
They're shrinking.
They're shrinking. I thought it was a shrinking violet, not a shrinking daisy.
I think the daisies are getting more bigger, but my glasses are, or the daisies are shrinking and my glasses are getting thicker.
Well, I know that lots of potters who do really fine work like that talk about, you know, their eyesight and how things change. But, you know, are those prescription glasses or
No, they're reading.
readers? Uh-huh.
Yes.
Well, if you ever need some new readers, especially stronger ones than you can buy in the supermarket or in the drugstore, there's a wonderful site online that sells ones that are much stronger than the ones you can buy other places. And they're kind of fun.
I gotta say, Wilma, it's really amazing to watch you work.
So maybe by the time we're done here, we'll see something close to the finished product. But of course we have a lot of the finished products for sale over on our display, which I'm sure is part of the screen. And yeah, we're here to try and help the potters out. You know, we've been closed since the middle of March, and we are still paying our employees. We're still buying pots. We're going to have the most enormous inventory in the universe by the time this is open, we open again, because we're taking them in, but we're not putting very many of them, not as many of them out. And we're still accepting consignments. We are open for by appointment, and right now, while all this filming is going on until the end of August, we're taking those appointments for after 5 o'clock and for Mondays. And normally we're open 7 days a week, and the only time we're closed is on Christmas and Thanksgiving for sure, and occasionally on New Year's Day, depending on what day of the week it is. Because, you know, tourists come in from other places in the country, and they have the expectation that things are going to be open, and, you know, it's a holiday, and most of the stores in Santa Fe are closed on New Year's Day. But if it's on a weekend, or, you know, like Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, if New Year's Day falls on those days, we're usually open, only because we want to make sure that the tourists that do come can fulfill that expectation of seeing something really nice in Santa Fe, because we're really very proud of the gallery we have here. All Native American, local Native American, traditionally made, and pieces, and some pieces from the village of Mata Ortiz. And Mata Ortiz is 100 miles into Old Mexico, and it is the same culture, the remarkably same dances, the same religious aspects, but you know, not of this country. And their pottery culture died a long time ago, and the area was up in the mountains in the state of Chihuahua, Mexico, and a lumber mill came in and literally stripped the place absolutely clean of trees. And one of the people who worked for the lumber company was Juan Quesada, and among the trees there were ruins of villages and ruins of and sherds of pottery everywhere. And he was just so enamored by it and so curious about it that in isolation he taught himself how to make pottery. And it's so interesting because a lot of the tools are the exact same tools. I mean, his kitchen, where a lot of tools come from, they showed up being a little different. Instead of a gourd for a scraper, he used a broken hacksaw blade. And the hacksaw blade is rough on one side and smooth on the other, and that's how he scraped his pots. And, you know, and it took him years and years and years to perfect the technique. And at one time, an anthropologist came to a shop in Deming, New Mexico, which is real close to the border, and there were all these gorgeous pots in there, and they were being sold as prehistoric Casas Grande pots. And the anthropologist looked at them and said, I don't think so. And they were contemporary pots, but they were so beautiful that he decided that he was going to go find out about who made them. Because the shopkeeper there had no idea. Some guy came in one day and he bought them, and there they were for sale. And if you can imagine knocking on the front door of a country and not speaking the language and having this piece of pottery in your hand, and every person that you met along the way, you said, who made this? Well, he finally found it, which is a miracle in itself. And he started buying Juan Quesada's pots. Well, Juan started teaching his brothers and sisters, and then they taught his nieces and nephews and aunts and uncles, and pretty soon the whole village was making pots. But the real difference between the pottery is the tradition. Because the tradition was broken, the potters are really flexible when it comes to the marketplace. So, for example, if someone was carving daisies although there is no one doing that. If someone was carving daisies in their pots and it was something new, and someone came into the village and bought it, you can bet the next door neighbors were carving daisies before the sun went down. So every time we get another batch of Monte Ortiz pieces, there are new and different designs. And so the tradition of what was done in the old days, because the village really is part of the Pakime ruins, which is nearby. The contemporary village is nearby. They have a huge pottery tradition, but only the process that was sort of rediscovered by Juan Quesada is the same. But the tradition of the designs and the meaning of the designs has been completely lost. And now they become artists, and they do whatever individuals or families choose to do, or quite frankly, what's selling. And we carry their pots too, because they, while they're not local Native Americans, they still have the same tradition of forming the pieces. They're made the same way. And they're really, it's really quality work. But anyway, with your daisy designs, you started making them 20 years ago?
Yes, about 20 years ago.
About 20 years ago.
Yes.
Wow.
It was just a different, the pot. A V shape here and a V shape on the other side, and then there will be daisy designs on here. But now I do the squirrels on both sides, and then the daisies on each side of them.
And why did you decide to change the format?
I think just like you were talking about, something different.
Something experimenting a little
Yeah,
bit.
experimenting
But,
and something
within
different.
parameters. I mean, you don't all of a sudden make them all green and blue, and some of them gigantic and some of them tiny, and then pretty soon the daisy, it doesn't have 4 petals anymore, it has 5 petals, and so you have some limitations in your work, which is, the way a tradition continues, but doesn't get so far off pace that if you look back, 100 years ago, that it's still recognizable as the place that it came from.
Yes, because I've seen a lot of pots. There's daisies on them, but some of them are really big. But I know it's a daisy.
Maybe they fertilize their pots a whole lot. I hear that nitrogen's really good for making good daisies.
I see big pots, the daisies really big, but they're on there, and then they have the designs inside within the daisy. So I've seen a lot of, even old pots, I've seen a lot like that. So the daisy design has been, I think, here for a long time, but it's just the way we use it now. Or, how we put it to where it's gotten smaller. But I've seen daisy designs on even Acoma pots and different pots that...
Up in the mountains, are there wildflowers?
Yes.
That are daisies.
A lot of them.
A lot of them. So
different colors
too. That's probably, the purple ones.
Yes.
Are my favorite ones. But maybe that's where the design originally came from.
Maybe, huh? Yeah, but...
We can only speculate.
Yes. But I've seen a lot of pots with different designs daisy designs on them. It's just that you don't really think about it until you have them on your pot.
Well, we're going to be closing down Oh, probably in about 20 minutes or so. If there's anyone out there that has any questions, now's a good time to send it in to us. And, you know, if you're watching on Zoom, you get to see one camera's worth. But if you're watching on YouTube, we have 3 cameras set up here. One of them is sort of a front view of Paula, here we go again. Of Wilma working. I swear you guys are twins, but of Wilma working, and then one with a close-up of her, the actual pot and the tools she's using, and then some of the pieces that she has on display here. And if you have any questions about any of them, and on YouTube you get to see all 3 views at the same time.
Do you want me and Aaron to switch so he can do?
Yeah, that would be great. Come on, Aaron, let's see you do your stuff. Will you tell us what you're doing, Aaron? Or what you're about to do?
I'm about to do what she left off over here. It's taking out some of the stuff that she don't need, so the design can, you know.
So it's sort of the background of the daisies.
Yes.
So that the daisies can be more noticeable rather
Yes.
than just lines.
Yeah. And just.
Now, when you scratch those background pieces out, do you also blow them out?
That's what I do too. I almost did that. Just a few minutes. I was gonna go.
Yeah, but you can't. At least we hope nothing comes through. Paula was using the cloth that you have there that's more yellowy to sort of wipe not that one, the other one, to wipe them off. So how much time do you spend working on these pots?
It depends on how much she's got ready for me. And I was telling Derek that I could do this, like, if I keep going at it, I can finish within an hour to 2 hours on one side. And then sometimes I would like just start here and then just work my way around to the other side. But the other side's not, you know.
So for a pot that size, to do your part of the process, to take the background out, about how long would it take you to do the whole piece?
The whole piece, it'll probably take me a week. This is kind of like a really simple one, so it'll take me a good 2-3 hours to complete the whole thing.
The hours are mounting on this piece because you're doing it for 2 or 3 hours and she's doing it for at least that amount of time. And then there was all of the polishing and all the layers of slip that was put on and all the sanding and all the forming and all the clay cleaning and all the clay collecting and getting the iron oxide for the red slip and the temper from the volcanic ash. I mean, the hours just keep ticking away. And all of a sudden, the prices seem so reasonable because of all the time it takes to make them.
So how many blades do you end up going through?
This we can use this. Um, like on a pot like this, she'll use this one blade like for it, and then if she starts using it on another pot, it won't work the way she wants to. But the tip is, the tips. But we save them because we hardly use the tips, and that's where I use them.
Oh.
Cause see, we don't just throw them away right away. We save the blades, and then I use these for poking out some of the stuff that needs to be out of the.
What would you do without the X-Acto knife blades?
When I started doing this, she used to give me a sewing pin, like she does her designs.
The sewing needles?
Yeah, the sewing needles. She used to mount them on here too.
Yeah.
And that's what I used to use those. And those are they're harder because.
Yeah, well, they only take out a small smaller area.
Mm-hmm. You poke the needle in, and it's the part of the stuff that needs to come out is still there. Then you have to work on it.
So,
but these ones, you can poke, and then most of it will come out.
Now, has it made a difference for you that her daisy designs are getting smaller and smaller?
No, she's seen a lot of them. That's why she probably thinks they're smaller and smaller.
Tedious work. I noticed you don't wear glasses.
You don't wear glasses, but I need glasses.
When I just started doing this, I used to wear same reading glasses too. And just one day, I can still see, What am I using the reading glasses? But at night when I'm doing this, I need some glasses because we usually use a lamp for it, because your eyes get tired of the light that's just there. But now you can see the whole inside of this. It's all light up.
In your new house, are you going to put any special lights in? And is there going to be a special place in your new house?
Yeah, we're gonna. She wants a little studio. That's what she was saying. A separate room for just pottery and her.
Well, that makes it a little easier because then you can just close the door and you don't have to clean the kitchen table off so that you can eat dinner. And
That's true.
And then you have to drag everything out the next day, and back and forth, and this way you can just close the door of your studio and leave it all and then come back the next day.
So we did just have a comment, and the comment is an offer to teach you how to outdoor fire by Gabriel Holloway. So you just have to contact him.
Okay.
And he's from Jemez, and he's going to teach you how to. Oh, Gabriel, thank you. That's wonderful. I look forward to seeing Wilma's first outdoor fire pieces.
I have a big one at home.
Oh.
Maybe I'll do a smaller one than that, but yeah.
Yeah, you might want to practice a little bit. Otherwise, you're going to wind up like Thomas Tenorio. And on top of all of that, Thomas not only uses wood to fire, but he also uses cow pies. So you can imagine between them catching himself on fire and blowing up the Orno that I'm sure that it took weeks to you know, to make him
Uh-huh.
fresh as a daisy, so to speak.
And his name is Gabriel Gonzalez. I'm sorry.
Okay.
It was a username.
Okay.
Oh, Gabriel.
Yeah.
Oh, Gabriel. Thank you, Gabriel. That's wonderful.
Well, this is the very hard, tedious part, right?
This?
Yeah.
You have to really concentrate on what you're doing, you know.
So he won't get a pedal.
If I get a, yeah, see?
Yeah. Well, Paula, sit down in the chair and then you can talk to us. Yeah, come over and talk about your pots a little. Oh, sure. Yeah, Mrs. Paula. Oh, you're Paula again. Oh, sorry. Oh, thank you. It's okay. Oh, well, look at what we have here. Beautiful, beautiful wedding vases on 3 bowls and a lovely jar. What out of these, which one calls your name? Which one do you like the best?
I like this one.
And why do you like that?
It's pretty unique. The design that I came up with, it's like a 3D too. So in different ways that you turn it, there's a petal you see, or a flower, or there's
Diamonds.
yeah, diamonds,
Ooh, diamonds.
stars
Uh-huh.
that you see in here, and on top it's a eagle feather design with directional designs on the sides, along with the kiva fireplace on both sides, and in the middle there's 2 different designs on there.
Show us the feathers again. Look at how even they are. Now, how does that happen?
Like I was showing you earlier, I just do it with my eye.
Uh-huh.
Just the eyesight, how I do my lines.
Well, if you examine them closely, there's some a little skinnier and some
so
a little fatter, but that is the sign of being handmade. But when you first look at it, they just look perfect. I mean, they're just really amazing. And this sort of key, the Greek key design that you do in the middle of the band, is that really difficult because what you leave behind is so skinny?
yes, these I have to be really careful with them, even with these, because this one, there's no end coming out like this one. Over here, you have a start and you end up inside.
Uh-huh.
But this one, there's no end, or there's no
Uh-huh.
ending to this one, or there's no start.
Does that make it less difficult or more difficult?
It makes it, I think, more difficult because you have to be careful on each line.
Now, the pieces with the steps, the kiva steps, would you tell people what a kiva step is?
A kiva step is one of these here. The kiva steps. It's really, it's a gathering place for us. It's a unique gathering ceremonial place, which everyone gathers, and we do different things in the kiva, but it's a place where we all come as one. So with all this, I think every pot, it leads to being togetherness, or it leads, like, everything connects in a pot.
Now, in the kivas at Bandelier, you step down into the kivas, they're below ground. In some of the pueblos, the kivas are level with the ground, but you climb up the steps and then
go
step down
down.
into the kiva.
Yes.
What do you do at Jemez?
We have the ones that are we go up the stair and come down on the ladder. They're not in anymore, but I think every one of us used to have those. And I think it was a safe haven for us where we could hide and, or do our own practices and, in secrecy, I guess, a long time ago. But now we can, come up, and I think all of our kivas are more outside and not in the ground.
And the kiva is just used for ceremonial purposes, and it's off limits to anybody else.
Yes.
And you said you could hide. Who were you hiding from in those old days?
In those old days, probably the Spaniards.
The Spaniards?
Yeah.
And before that, any other? I mean, I know the Apaches.
Yeah, the Apaches and the Navajos.
Yeah.
I think we got into it with them too. So.
Well, the Apaches and the Navajos. The Navajos didn't live in villages; they were spread out everywhere. And and the Apaches were more. They were more hunters and gatherers, and you guys grew crops, which means you always had food around.
Yeah.
So, and you didn't exactly open a grocery store there where you could sell or trade the food, and so maybe they were there to get it by some other means.
Yeah. Still our women. The women.
Still the
women.
Yeah, well.
They still do that now, though, because a lot of women are with Navajo men.
Stolen away. Wow. And you have a question, Derek? Go ahead.
I don't have a question. I would just kind of have a statement. We are kind of running low on time at the moment. And so maybe you want to announce what's coming up.
Sure.
Just after you finish with Wilma.
Okay. Well, good. Are we good here?
Yes.
Okay. Well, let me tell everyone about what is coming up next.
Okay.
Tomorrow, let me look a little closer to them. Tomorrow we will have Sandra Victorino and her son Cletus. They're from Yakima Pueblo. We'll start at roughly 11 o'clock and continue on to 4-ish. And they will be here demonstrating their process of making their pots, and we'll learn even more about Yakima Pueblo from Sandra and her son. And then on Friday, Friday's going to be very different, and we apologize ahead of time if we have some difficulties, because Richard Zane Smith, who's our featured potter for this series, is unable to be here because of the pandemic. And so he's going to be at his home in the northeast corner of Oklahoma, showing us about how he makes his pots. We will have examples of his pieces of pottery here, and he'll also talk to you about his quest to make the Wyandotte language, to revive it. And he speaks fluent Wyandotte, which I think is really quite wonderful. And he sings and he drums, and he'll be sharing with us some of the traditional songs of his tribe. And we will do this by Zoom, and we will have here his incredible pieces of pottery. And we'll tell you tomorrow exactly on Friday, exactly how to get in touch with us and how you might be able to
subscribe to our email. They'll get one in the morning.
Yeah, you'll get an email on Friday morning from us right before we're going to go live, and you'll be able to sign on and take care of everything that way. And we apologize if we have technical difficulties. We'll really try our best to do this little three-way conversation. And again, you know, the purpose of all of this is to make sure that our potters stay potters and not go off and do other things in the world because they no longer have any venues to sell their pieces. And we're trying to help them out this year because Indian Market, that 100-year celebration has been canceled for this year, and for many it is, if not the main source of their income for the year, it's their only source of income. And it's been really fun today. We've had a really good time, even though I'm just keep screwing up on your name. And you know, I'm gonna have to introduce you to Paula.
Yes.
I think you'd really like her. You guys are like two peas in a pod. And anyway, Aaron and Wilma, thank you so much for taking the time and sharing your beautiful artwork with us and your materials and little bits about, you know, growing up in the Pueblos, and of course your beautiful finished pieces. We were just thrilled that you were here, and I hope you had as much fun as we did.
Yes, we did. We sure did. It's never a dull moment when we come here.
Uh-oh, we better change our evil ways.
Especially when Els is here.
Especially when,
El is here.
oh, when Al is here. Oh yeah, Al is just, you know, a fun guy. And, you know, everybody that works here in their own special way is really fun and really passionate about the material and all the people that make it and the entire culture that it comes from. And Mr. Derek, are we just about ready to say goodbye?
Yep, we're ready to say goodbye.